Everything begins in a desolate place called the Abyss. In this infinite void, we see a solitary man falling. This place harbors countless monsters and constellations, being a land of pure chaos. Suddenly, a huge dragon with many heads appears. Roaring loudly, we then see our protagonist more closely, falling rapidly through the air. This frightening creature is the seven-headed dragon of chaos. Even during the fall, the young man seems fully ready to face the giant beast. With his arms bandaged, he prepares for the impact that is about to come. Launching a powerful blast of blue energy, the warrior attacks the dragon. A little farther away, another shadowy figure begins to manifest amidst the chaos. Sensing this new, sinister presence, the fighter is clearly surprised. Then appears Volgon, the devourer of planets, a truly immense creature now. Our hero is caught between two very powerful monsters that reign in the abyss out of nowhere. Dark claws suddenly emerge, indicating even more imminent danger. Unexpectedly, a third monster decides to interfere by attacking the other two creatures. The protagonist is also caught by strange red lines and begins to feel the pressure. This is Adio. The master of the dimensional hole was trapping the young man. The creature, which looks like an insect, opens its huge mouth and lets out a terrifying scream. Despite the difficult situation and the wound on his shoulder, he smiles as his eyes shine intensely. Turning his back, the warrior thinks about time and believes it took 300 years for something. The young man reflects that it would have been much easier to take them down, one by one. Even so, he comments that those monsters took quite a while to arrive. Now the warrior needs to find a way to return to Earth quickly. When a notification appears, the system announces that the world is in residence, and that knowledge about it has greatly increased. Additionally, his power as one of the constellations has also grown much stronger than before. Speaking of which, they explain what constellations are. As when Earth connected to the abyss, myths became reality. The constellations were beings almost like gods, who granted blessings in exchange for loyal followers. As more souls believed in them, the authority and power of a constellation would grow. For constellations invading and stealing followers in the abyss, Earth was a valuable treasure. Among them existed those who wanted to control Earth by force, being very sinister constellations. But this specific constellation is here to prevent the invasion. So meet Yinsen Choi. His eyes shine with an intense blue light as he focuses his power. The handsome holds a frying pan with sizzling meat and declares that it's time to flip the food. A very surprised voice asks what the hell a frying pan is. A goblin appears, shocked to hear that the frying pan is made of adamantium, as he can't believe he's cooking with such a beast. This is over again the great Goblin King Mage and his follower, who notices strange magic in the butter. The young man explains that it's milk he obtained from a cow constellation. He's spared in exchange. Odgon is dumbfounded to learn that his master fought a constellation just for food. Yansan reveals that he dedicated everything to finding good ingredients. After all, cooking became his hobby in the abyss anyway. It's a rare ingredient kept fresh with orichalcum, and it's also the first meat in 300 years. Odgon remains shocked by the whole story, not believing he fought just for milk. The goblin realizes his master is different from the other constellations, while Yinsen finds the meat perfect. Yinsan then calls the goblin to eat as well, and Odigan is very grateful for the precious food. Without wasting a second, the goblin devours the piece of meat that was offered. Suddenly, something completely unexpected happens to the small goblin's body. Odigan's body begins to shine very intensely as a notification appears in front of him. It seems the adamantium from the frying pan sealed all the magic juices inside that meat. Moreover, the butter from the constellation elevated the meat to another level, causing Odigan's mana to go wild. As a result, his mana circle has just opened, while the goblin laughs, saying, "It's the best meal." The little being trembles and floats slightly, and Yansum wonders what is happening. After all the commotion, Yan-sun finally lies down on the ground to rest, looking at the vast star universe above. He admits that he misses Earth very much. At this moment, we return thousands of years into the Odysseus past, where we see his hand under a weight. Perhaps it passed impossible to measure in Earth time, when someone asks why he trained so hard. The person who asked seems to be some kind of instructor, or perhaps a teacher the man questions. Why train during literature class? Since at the time Yin-sung was just an ordinary human. Since youth Yin-sung was always obsessed with becoming stronger. As an orphan, he needed to protect himself. So he always sought more strength. Every day the young man wanted to be stronger than the day before. With great effort the young man continued his heavy training daily. His name is Johnson Choi, a C+ rank human hunter. Hunter is a profession that emerged after the connection with the Abyss, where they protect people from monsters. Monster cores are worth a lot, and artifacts are priceless. So many became hunters for fame, and Yin-sung was one of them. While training, someone calls him, and Yin-sung responds by saying yes. Leader the man then asks the young man to take it easier from now on. But the leader thinks that dungeons with B-rank monsters are an exaggeration. He explains that even C ranks are difficult, so going to B-rank dungeons is too risky. Yan-sung thinks about skills and artifacts, but feels that even with all that, people are still weak. The young man asks if they shouldn't aim for stronger dungeons, since that's how you get stronger. Then the leader asks if the boy doesn't care about his own life, and reminds him that he had a girlfriend. Yan-sung reveals that they broke up because he couldn't protect her. Our protagonist says that his ex joked about dating a monster, but he claims they ended things amicably. The friend covers his face in frustration and calls Yan-sung an idiot for the story he heard. Suddenly a great explosion happens near them. Shouting, someone warns that a monster got through and tells Yan-sung to be careful with a creature. The creature roars menacingly at the young man as Yin-sung prepares for the confrontation. With full strength, the martial artist manages to block the monster's blow. Yin-sung steps back a bit because of the strong impact of the attack. Watching the fight, the friend comments on how martial artists suffer as they endure blows, but deal little damage. He recalls how Yan-sung became a fighter after they found a martial arts scroll in a dungeon. No one wanted the scroll, preferring magic. So Yan-sung took the item and started training alone. Taking a deep breath, the fighter shows his determination, as he does not regret learning martial arts, even if it's not as flashy as magic. He enjoyed seeing his own improvement during training, although he has no regrets. There are some very harsh downsides to the martial path he chose. The clock on the wall marks exactly 2:20 in the morning. Sweating heavily, Yan-san remains focused and thinks to himself that it's still not enough either. Training hard and being a C+ rank, Yan-san knows few become strong with martial arts. Facing his reflection, the fighter thinks. The answer is to train longer and with greater intensity. His determination is very clear, because the young man feels he truly needs more power. Suddenly, in a strange landscape, a voice asks if he trains even there, and the fighter confirms, continuing his training. He hears the voice again, asking if he knows he's dreaming now. Thinking carefully, he admits he didn't know it was a dream, but considers it still counts as mental training. Confused, Yin-sung begins to wonder who might be speaking to him in that strange place. Looking toward a strong light, the young man directly asks, because he wants to know who is behind the voice. From the light emerges a mysterious figure, who calls him by the name Mr. Yan-sun Choi. Floating above him, the figure has a giant scale behind and looks imposing and divine. Completely shocked, the fighter hears the revelation that the entity introduces itself as a constellation of the abyss. Her title is then revealed as the goddess of balance who walks ahead. The goddess understands the young man's surprise, so she warns she doesn't have much time and will be direct. Staring fixedly at Johnson, she makes her proposal, saying that the constellation wants to form a contract with him. Without hesitation, the martial artist accepts the agreement, and the goddess comments that many get confused when seeing constellations. The goddess is surprised by such a quick response, so she confirms if he will really accept the contract. Shocked, the divine entity asks why he doesn't question anything, and the young son says that if it makes him stronger, it's fine, stammering a little. The goddess confirms that it will, But she seems to have something more to tell the young man. With a confident smile, the fighter states that for him, just getting stronger is enough, that Yin-sung asks why she chose him, mentioning more famous and higher-ranked hunters. Concentrating energy in her hand, the entity reveals her power, that as the goddess of balance, she can foresee the future. Her hand begins to shine with an intense and powerful bluish energy, and the light grows even stronger as she fully focuses on the vision. Before them appears a frightening vision, where the goddess warns that a great danger will come to Earth. Evil constellations from the abyss will soon send their servants to our planet. When that terrible day comes, we will deeply miss the weak monsters of now. Observing the chaotic future, the goddess reveals her prediction, that Yin-sung is the key to stopping it all. The martial artist is completely shocked and speechless at this unexpected revelation. Floating closer, the entity explains further, saying she needs to make Yin-sung stronger. For that, this will be done through hard work and a difficult path. And the young man's face shows that he understands. Even with the apparent seriousness of the young man, the goddess of balance was actually terrified inside. Internally, the divine entity was freaking out, wondering what kind of crazy hunter would sign that contract. Goddess explains that after a long and intense training session, extending her hand, the entity reveals that you will then be able to become her servant. Yin-sung stays silent for a moment, seemingly processing the information. The goddess of balance who walks ahead, however, did not seem confident, thinking carefully. No hunter would accept, as it was a very unfair contract. Usually making a pact with a constellation binds the human to it. This is not something simple for a mortal, because the soul becomes tied to the constellation. Thus, the human accepts living restricted by the entity. She asks him to pay attention to this. Other constellations offer guaranteed power and rank for you to become their servant. These entities have no patience, since the competition for servants is intense. Experienced hunters know this, but Yin-sung merely watches in silence. With a smile, the fighter asks what kind of training it will be, showing his lack of experience. The goddess reveals a training center in the abyss, where time flows differently from Earth. He will have to train alone in the abyss for hundreds of years, and if he decides to leave before the end, the entity warns that he won't be able to return. Surprised, Yin-sung compares it to the time chamber, but the goddess does not understand the reference. The young man quickly changes the subject, saying it's nothing then. The fighter understands better and realizes the secret behind the strength of hunters with contracts. Yin-sung concludes that other servants also train, even though they seem to become strong. Out of nowhere, the goddess comments that it is a difficult decision, because she understands it is a great sacrifice. The entity was going to give him a week to think, but the young man interrupts and accepts, leaving the goddess surprised. She asks if Yin-sung is sure, suggesting he think more because he decided too quickly. The young man explains he has no attachment to the world, saying he just wants to get stronger and maybe save everyone. After a moment of silence from the entity, Yin-sung calls her for an answer. Wiping her face, the goddess seems relieved, as she thought humans were greedy. But her prediction was correct. The young man shouts in surprise, when an energy begins to rise around him. With raised hands, the divine entity opens a large, unstable purple portal. The unstable energy of the portal shines intensely before stabilizing. Then, the goddess informs him that he only needs to think about the letter, and she will use her power to deliver the message. Facing the entrance, Yin-sung hears the goddess ask him to overcome the challenges, to be accepted as a servant. Before the unstable entrance, the protagonist prepares himself by reaching out his hand to the purple energy, touching the energy's surface. His hand causes ripples in a nearly liquid texture. As soon as his hand passes through, the young man is sucked in, landing abruptly on the other side. Raising his gaze, young Sam observes the place, which is a simple room with equipment. On the ground, a letter appears out of nowhere, written for everyone as the goddess promised. Suddenly, a strong blue energy begins to emerge with crackling lightning. Around this luminous energy intensifies, rising and creating a pillar of blue power. Yin-sung crosses his arms, trying to resist as the power feels overwhelming. With effort, he notices the enormous density of magical power, since the environment is charged. Looking around, he wonders if he is in the abyss because the place resembles a dungeon. However, the place seems empty. So Sam thinks it might be a training center. Without wasting time, the young man decides to start his training right there. Looking determined immediately, Sam begins practicing his moves, striking punches into the empty air. Meanwhile, the goddess watches from afar, confirming that her predictions were correct. The divine entity celebrates finding such a good candidate who exceeded her expectations. They say the goddess foresees everything, but she only sees fragments needing to deduce the rest, and she feels proud. The goddess's vision of the future first shows Sam Choi training hard in the abyss. Secondly, the prediction shows constellations frustrated as their plans fail because of him imagining the future. The goddess thinks that turning him into a servant would be a perfect plan. Observing the goddess, another winged entity feels apprehensive, sensing that something will go wrong. With so much confidence returning to the present, the goddess affirms that now she just needs to wait, because everything is already prepared at the training center. Inside the center, there are advanced machines and items, as well as a safe environment guaranteed by the goddess. Confused by the blue energy, Sam questions what that is before him. The goddess says it's the least she can offer, but the fighter thinks it looks dangerous. Suddenly, an idea rises in the protagonist's mind, as he wonders if this is the goddess's test. Understanding the situation, the fighter accepts the challenge, knowing there is no growth without risk and seeing meaning in the test. Immediately, a blue energy explodes around the fighter, and Yin Sun realizes this is indeed the goddess's test. The enormous force hits Yin Sun directly, making him feel like his body is almost breaking under the pressure, despite the very strong pain. The warrior endures firmly because he is determined to withstand it, unable to resist the energy. Yin Sun is thrown from side to side, completely out of control. While the energy attacks, a thought arises. Overcoming pain makes you stronger. And that is the purpose of a constellation. Vibrant blue lightning slices through the air, violently showing the raw power at play. As a result, this powerful energy begins to cause some visible cracks in the surrounding space. After the passage of a strong, magical storm, the illusion covering the territory of the goddess of balance dissolves. Tower and tower is revealed. The illusion was security, but the strange storm that hit Yin Sun shattered it. This unexpected event even surprises the goddess, as she had not foreseen the barrier breaking like that. Meanwhile, inside, two winged assistants wonder why he has not yet entered. The goddess herself shows concern. She expected to feel Yin Sun in the training area, but sensed no sign of him. If he had been dropped just 10 meters away, he should have entered already. The goddess begins to doubt the earthlings a little. Inside, everything was prepared for the training. New equipment had been arranged for a safe environment. Besides the training equipment, they even secured video games for his leisure time. The goddess thought about the hunter's duty, to accept different conditions, all to prepare the safest training possible. The angel Adakil returns, bringing news. Informs the mistress that he found no sign of the human in the field. Surprised, the goddess asks what happened. She is completely certain she sent Yin Sun Choi there, with a very worried expression. The angel seems to have an idea about what occurred. The dark angel then reveals his suspicion. The human was probably carried away by the magical storm. The goddess's order is clear and direct to find him. Adakil seeks confirmation by calling the mistress. Irritated with the whole situation, the goddess shouts the angel's name and reinforces the order to find him immediately. Desperate, the goddess runs, shouting that they cannot let him wander lost in the abyss. I must save him quickly. The angel shows he clearly understood the order and accepts the mission given by his mistress firmly. Adakil promises he will find him. As the scene changes to show the vastness of the void, thus the search begins in the abyss. A space described as practically infinite is a place so remote and vast that even the constellations rarely venture there. In all this immensity, finding a single human carried away by the storm would be a very difficult task. Ibakana flies through the starry void, desperately searching for any sign of young sun, while the angel searches through the vastness. The goddess worries in her domain. Finding the boy there is almost impossible. Inside the magical storm, the protagonist continues being struck with full force by the energy. An immense flow of magic punishes his body, and he is mercilessly thrown around by the current of energy. The sensation for Yan Sung Choi is like being thrown to the bottom of the sea, even though he has never been there before. Unable to breathe properly, he begins to choke desperately, trying to gasp for air. Magical energy enters his body, and his technique transforms it into inner strength, fortifying his physique. The strength of his bones and the density of his muscles increase significantly. Through the whole process, his dantian greatly expands, boosting his internal strength. He realizes that this truly is a test, as he already thought. Becoming a servant of the powerful constellations would not be easy at all. Weeks pass amid all that suffering, until finally the energy fades and Yan's sun falls to the ground. Completely exhausted, the young man wonders if it is finally over. The first training session was already too harsh. Catching his breath little by little, the protagonist looks around, questioning if this will be his next training site. The place where the storm left him was completely desolate, barren part of the abyss with no constellations domain. Suddenly, something truly immense begins to emerge from the rocky ground. Right in front of him, Yin Sun immediately becomes alert upon noticing that strange presence appearing out of nowhere before his eyes. A giant creature arises, and the young man wonders if his training will be to capture the monster. He compares the giant stone creature to Onyx, thinks it is rank A, and wonders if the goddess overestimated him since he's only rank C. The protagonist becomes thoughtful for a moment, processing the huge difference in power between them, but he quickly pushes those thoughts aside, trusting that the constellation knew what she was doing. Taking a deep breath, the young man prepares for the confrontation, deciding to face the challenge because time is what he has the most. With determination, he advances and leaps, concentrating his strength, delivering a powerful punch to the ground near the monster. Very surprised, the protagonist quickly notices that his attack had no effect on the creature. Yin Sung realizes there was no reaction from the opponent, even though he used all his strength in that blow. He then concludes that the opponent is truly very strong, making it obvious that his normal attack would not work. Suddenly, the creature opens its immense rocky mouth, looking fully ready to attack. With a shadow gaze, the protagonist faces the giant monster. Without thinking of retreating a single step, determined, the young man tells the giant to wait. He promises that one day he will defeat it, and understands that all he can do now is train. In a flashback, we see the protagonist entering the Hunter clan when someone offers him a free auction book. The man explains that it is the divine celestial technique, rank D, which takes a long time to increase energy and has tough training. No one seems to want the book, while the protagonist wonders if any normal person would even buy that. Contrary to everyone, the young man asks if he can test the technique, and his colleague questions his interest. Holding the item, Yin Sun confirms his interest, and the other hunter warns him not to waste time on it. Looking at the book, the young man remembers the warning, because martial arts with internal energy are very slow. They explain that just like mana for mages, internal energy is the power source for martial artists. More internal energy makes the strike stronger, which is why the divine celestial technique was not popular. Yin Sung was different, and had many chances to switch to more efficient martial arts, despite the disadvantages. He loved the divine celestial technique, and devoted himself completely to it. Returning to the present, we see the fruit of his dedication, as Yan Sun concentrates his energy for training. The divine celestial technique was peculiar, because it had no method to gain internal energy. Yin Sung stands firm within a bluish aura, but there was something more about this technique. His clenched fist shines brightly, and the blue energy crackles around his bandaged hand. He demonstrates power with a powerful kick, and his leg also carries the same blue energy. They show the Celestial Punch and Celestial Step, which are the names of the martial arts abilities. Johnson displays his combat stance, while his blue energy crackles around him. We see the Celestial Kick in action, and each attack consumes internal energy. However, he would absorb back the energy spent, thus bypassing the lack of a method to replenish it. By repeating this cycle many times, the martial artist would gain a bit more power and training. Every punch and ability used actually increased his energy. Little by little, if you repeated this simple task endlessly, his power would have no limits. Dedicated practitioner becomes a master. And that was the belief that drove him. In theory, the process seems easy, but not everyone has the willpower for it. Suddenly, Yang San faces the giant stone monster, which seems a little confused. Channeling his strength, the young man fires energy and a massive strike hits the enemy. The monster reacts, startled as a notification appears for the rank B skill. Internal strike surprised. Yang Zhong sees another message, informing him that the rank of the divine celestial technique has risen. The energy explodes around him as he reaches the first class, seeing the destruction. He reflects on the new level and wonders if it now equals rank B. Despite the progress, Yin Sung still feels untalented there at the top of the rocks. He then thinks about the hunter, Li Shan, who reached rank at using martial arts. We see Li Shan in an interview, being a rare rank, a martial artist from China. The hunter reveals that his zenith class equals the 6th magic circle. Questioned by a reporter if he seeks even more power, Li Shan answers obviously yes. With confidence, he declares his goal to be the first rank as martial artist. Returning to the president, the young man calculates it would take 1,000 years to reach that level. Suddenly, Yin Sun seems to notice something right there near him. Ahead, the stone monster grumbles irritably. Looking at him, the protagonist questions the monster's gaze, affirming it was a fair fight without underestimation. It is revealed that over the years, Yin Sun became so strong that the monster could no longer ignore him. That's why the stone creature just grumbles, seeming annoyed with the situation. Suddenly, the martial artist stares intently at the serpent nearby on the ground. Tears stream from the eyes of the great stone creature. Yin Sung decides to spare the monster, because he himself chose it as a training partner. Beside the serpent, Yin Sung sighs aimlessly and wonders if he can train anywhere. Suddenly, the young man jumps onto the creature's head, which only grumbles and hemps the action. The protagonist asks if the serpent will give him a ride, thanking it, since traveling the abyss takes a long time riding the stone creature. The martial artist looks upward, appearing quite confused. A memory surfaces because 100 years ago, that was the sound Yan Sun heard upon arriving in the abyss. Ahead, Yin Sung and the serpent spot the man of storm, and the young man shouts in surprise. He questions if the goddess is sending him to another training, but the creature screams that they're going to say goodbye to life with determination. Beyonce calls the serpent Onyx and orders it to move forward, despite the creature seeming hesitant. The young man insists that Onyx move quickly, warning that not even the strong survive the storm. Obeying the command, the great stone serpent quickly advances toward the danger. Inside the blue storm, Onyx struggles to move because the serpent was almost at her limit. Intense blue effects fill the screen, showing the strength of that powerful storm that appeared. The serpent screams in pain as that powerful energy completely and mercilessly envelopes her. Surprisingly, they make it out of the storm, and Yun Sun thinks it's cool, commenting that maybe everyone travels like this through the abyss. The young man now understands how incredible men of storms are, especially after reaching his current level of power. The energy enters his body as the magic fills him, removing his fatigue and training him, which he finds amazing. The protagonist then praises the constellations, believing they control this power. But Onyx gets agitated trying to correct his mistake. It is revealed that Yansum only survived before purely by luck, because if he hadn't thought it was training, he would have been in big trouble. Back to the present, the young man asks if there's anything to eat, finding it strange not to feel hungry after 100 years, but now wanting food while Yongsan thinks about food. The great serpent Onyx nudges him carefully from behind, seeking attention confused. The martial artist turns and asks his companion Onyx what she wants to show him. The stone creature shows some pebbles, and Yongsan asks if they are rocks, while Onyx only makes a cute sound. The rocks have fallen from her body, so Yongsan wonders if it's meat and if he can eat it, seeing the creature confirm excitedly. The serpent then offers one of the stones to the young man, who takes the item uncertain of what to do with it. Now holding the pebble, he wonders if it's revenge, maybe because she had been his punching bag for 100 years straight. But Onyx makes a cute and excited face, hoping Yongsan will eat her lovingly offered stone meat. Johnson smiles, because it seems clear that the friendly serpent's offer wasn't out of malice, thanking her. The young man refuses, explaining that he couldn't eat that even if you were hungry, and that it would be far too wrong to do so. Patting her head, Yin Sang affectionately calls her silly, and Onyx makes a happy sound at his gesture. Suddenly a system window pops up, informing him that he has gained understanding about Onyx, who also seems surprised. Another window informs that he has learned stone martial arts, and the young man is very shocked by this completely new information. Taking a fighting stance, Sam feels the power flow, strong enough to break the ground beneath his feet. Moving again, his body feels flexible, as if he were swimming freely and lightly through the air. The expert Sam Choi immediately tests the stone arts, demonstrating the new technique he just learned. He thinks that he didn't know about this, and although he won't stop using his original techniques, he finds this new ability fun to use too. The martial artist realizes that training transcends enlightenment, and thus, he looks forward eagerly to the next exercise that will surely come. Looking at a purple sea ahead, he wonders what the next training will be, while Onyx makes curious noises beside him. As always, the giant wave approaches quickly, and Yansum wonders if he will train in the water, immediately ordering Onyx to retreat for safety. The young man warns that she is like stone and would be weak against water. But the serpent Onyx remains very confused, standing still without hesitating. A second Yin Song dives head first into that visibly dangerous purple wave that is forming. He then sinks rapidly into that strange water, where many bizarre creatures swim through the dark, unknown depths immersed in the dense purple liquid. He tries to scream for help, but unfortunately cannot produce any sound. Underwater, the system warns that the toxic water is penetrating his skin, rapidly consuming his divine energy. At that critical moment, another warning pops up, saying that running out of energy will put him at serious risk. While aquatic creatures approaching hungrily, feeling a sharp pain, Yansung sees a creature biting his arm, contaminating his entire body with a strong, paralyzing poison. However, a notification says that his poison resistance has increased, showing that this painful training has unexpected benefits. Surrounded by abyss creatures, the martial artist notices a light in the distance and thinks that maybe it's his only way out of there. On the surface, the serpent Onyx watches everything worriedly from the edge of the cliff, letting out a low sound showing her deep distress. A stone serpent stares at the purple sea, totally confused, unable to fully understand the dangerous situation her friend is in. Suddenly, the water explodes violently and Onyx is startled by the loud noise, screaming in surprise and fear. All alone with a strong push, Yin Sung finally manages to get out of the water, breathing heavily and relieved there on the rocky and safe shore. Catching his breath, the young man realizes the nature of that place, finally concluding that this was the fearsome, poisonous sea of the abyss. Looking into the dark depths, he sees a distant glow and wonders if that is the final objective the goddess wants him to reach. Standing on the shore, he reflects on how to cross that poisonous sea, believing there must be a way since it's an important divine test. But he quickly denies that idea, thinking there must be another, less suicidal way, while Onyx makes a curious sound beside him, staring at his stone serpent friend. The young man sighs, realizing that maybe he really has no other viable choice. At that moment, Yam-sung then clenches his fist tightly, and a powerful purple energy begins to emanate intensely from his entire body. The martial artist starts training intensely right there, making his blows echo with strong purple energy throughout that deserted place. He decides to strengthen his interior with divine techniques to resist the sea's poison, as it seems to be only viable solution. The young man makes another mark on the stone beside him to keep track of the time, which passes very slowly there in the desolate abyss. Looking at the marks, he notices that 200 years have passed, and although he likes getting stronger, he questions all that long time spent just standing there. Onyx makes a sound, and the young son knows that time flows differently there. But even so, he thinks it's too much time spent just training in the same place. The young man asks if Onyx is eating rocks again, and if they really are that good for her to eat all the time. Yansung doesn't feel hunger because of the magic, but he misses something different, so he considers maybe trying those rocks too, just out of curiosity. The fighter then remembers having said something similar 200 years ago, but Onyx just stares at him confused, as she always does in moments like this. Suddenly, a strange bluish creature appears, slowly crawling along the rocky, deserted shore of the abyss. Yen-sung quickly notices that it must be an aquatic monster that came directly from the dangerous, poisonous sea nearby. Onyx makes a curious sound, while Yen-sung thinks that since it lives in the sea, it must be a local type of fish unknown to him. With his eyes shining blue and a hungry smile, he thinks it would be safe to eat that thing, if he can cook it properly first. Of course, the stone serpent. Onyx clearly becomes scared by the predatory intent she notices in her human companion. At that very moment, with a hungry smile on his face, Yen-sung seems truly determined to eat that strange bluish creature. That bizarre monster then starts releasing a weird green smoke, which definitely seems to be poisonous. Staring intently at the aberration, the protagonist thinks he should maybe cook it to eat it more decently. Then with that idea in mind, the young man turns and walks decisively towards some large stones nearby, using a strong and precise blow. He manages to break off a considerable piece of rock. To try to make a tool, another powerful impact shatters the raw stone, slowly beginning to shape it into a kind of improvised kitchen utensil. Yang-san gives a slight smirk, looking quite satisfied with the rustic object he is crafting with his hands. The stone tool is finally ready, and he thinks it didn't turn out so bad for a first attempt. In the abyss, sitting on the rocky ground, Fighter prepares to cut his fish while his companion Onyx grumbles worriedly beside him. Suddenly, the serpent Onyx jumps back in shock, confused about what the hell is happening right in front of her. It turns out that the stone board he made is simply melting rapidly because of the creature's strong poison. Holding the improvised knife that is also melting, Yang-sen realizes frustratedly that he won't be able to cook anything that way. The martial artist then seriously considers eating it raw like sashimi, but Onyx screams desperately to stop him. The stone serpent makes an almost tearful face, pleading with her eyes for her companion not to do such madness. Quickly, the friendly serpent offers a kind of bright golden scale to Yan-san, who surprised asks if it is meant for him to use. Onyx patiently explains that it is a mantabee, considered the most precious and rare treasure for rock-type monsters. Like her, quite impressed, Yen-sung sees that the golden scale does not melt, even when touching the toxins, and thinks he could use it to make a board. The young man decides at that moment that he will make a complete set of kitchen utensils, while continuing to train there in the abyss. Yun-san vaguely remembers someone saying that every person needs to have a hobby, and thinks he now understands the joy in it. If he made a proper kitchen kit and adopted cooking as a hobby, he could cook for himself, which would also help his training. Grabbing the slimy flesh of the creature, he thinks resignedly that this is the only food he can make with the current tools he possesses, unable to do much about it at the moment. The young man simply stuffs the portion of raw, poisonous meat into his mouth. It is revealed that Johnson Choi was never a picky eater, even on Earth. as his diet was ascetic and focused only on training nutrition. Therefore, such a disciplined man could not be picky, even with that weird green smoke coming out his mouth. With a very determined look, he keeps chewing the poisonous meat forcefully, not caring about the horrible taste for texture. Suddenly, the protagonist contorts in pain, grimacing intensely, seemingly feeling the effects of the poison. While Onyx gets scared, a system notification appears in front of him, warning that he has consumed a dangerous poison, and Onyx watches everything very worried. However, another message soon appears, informing that he has successfully overcome the poison, using the inner strength of his technique. To complete the good news, the system announces that his inner strength has slightly increased, while the green energy of the poison dissipates. Somewhat surprised, the protagonist comments that the taste is a bit spicy but edible, and notes mainly that his inner strength really has increased. Yin-sung then realizes something important. Poisons are a type of energy, so if he is not affected to transform that energy into strength. With this promising new idea in mind, the young man's bandaged fist clenches tightly with determination. A decided look appears on his tired face, as he seems to have made an important resolution about his future. There in the abyss, standing before the purple and chaotic immensity, Yin-sung declares his intention out loud. He will hunt and eat everything he finds here. Thus, a few long hundreds of years pass in the distorted time of the abyss, and we see him fighting and hunting even larger monsters. During all this isolated period, the mind and body of Yin-sung Choi changed greatly, so much so that he now seems much stronger and more experienced. Continuing his daily routine, he chews on some random monster bone, when the system warns that the abyssal poison is spreading in his body again. Using his divine, celestial technique, the poison is successfully overcome, until his bodily immunity against poisons finally reaches its peak. With that, his resistance evolves into the powerful, unshakable poison immunity, and he also gains a rank ability. With that name now, the protagonist is no longer affected by any known type of poison, and can also extract and use the accumulated poison in his dungeon. With green energy visibly surrounding him, Yin-sung feels another internal change, as the rank of his divine, celestial technique also increases significantly. His eyes shine with newly acquired power as the energy intensifies, and the system informs him that he has reached the coveted peak rank. Observing the distorted horizon, the young man finds it strange that the goddess has not called him back yet, and wonders if Earth is really fine. Sitting near his counting marks, he reflects on his powers. A rank on Earth is good, but insufficient for the dangers of the world. Standing up determinedly with Onyx by his side, Yin-sung prepares himself, as he says it is time for the next important step in his training. Yin-sung then bids farewell to the loyal serpent, since he needs to go alone and get stronger, and following him would be too dangerous for her. Moreover, being a rock-type monster, Onyx probably wouldn't be able to accompany him in the aquatic environment. He seeks giving a final and quick farewell to his friend. The young man resolutely jumps into the purple and toxic water, telling Onyx to go back home. Thanks to his newly acquired unshakable poison immunity, that toxic and deadly ocean could no longer harm Yin-sung in any way. Inside that dark and dangerous water, there were several aggressive and quite strange aquatic monsters, swimming everywhere. However, now the creatures that were once fearsome fled desperately from the new predator. For Yin-sung Choi was the true king of that ocean, swimming through the silent depths for some time. The young man finally finds what he had been looking for. From the beginning, it was a mysterious source of magical energy he had briefly seen on his first day there, and he could finally see it up close now, as he had already imagined before. It was actually a shining portal to the next unknown training ground, entering the intense light of the portal. Yin-sung briefly wonders what kind of insane training awaits him. This time, despite the natural doubt about the future, the hunter was visibly eager and prepared for whatever was to come. Upon arriving on the other side, his divine, celestial technique immediately senses a nearby battle. activating his key veins and preparing him the body of someone who has reached peak rank in martial arts. Instinctively prepares upon sensing any trace of hostility. However, the threat present in that new place was so overwhelmingly great that even ordinary people could feel it in the air. They would only take a single step into that dark territory to immediately realize the imminent and deadly danger. The murderous intent there was unlike anything he had ever felt before, for right in front of him, several hostile demons stared at him intensely. Apparently, there are powerful divine beings here called constellations within their domain. The attributes of a constellation define the natural laws. While one of the demons there gives an evil laugh, approaching with his ugly face. The demon disdainfully asks what race our little friend might be. Without flinching, the Ansung calmly replies that he is just an ordinary human. Laughing again with scorn, the monster repeats the word human, as he deduces it is the young man's first time in that place. The creature then offers a brief explanation about the location, while Yan-sun finds such kindness strange. Soon after, the monster gathers purple energy. Starting his explanation, he focuses on newcomers, and the creature's hand enters that sinister purple energy, pulling a weapon from there. The demon says that newcomers need a violent reception, because they must understand that this is the home of the dominator of blood and war. We see in detail the brutal-looking sword that pulses with menacing purple energy. In his hands, the hunter reflects on the sinister title he just heard. Dominator of blood and war sounds very dangerous. Looking at the numerous enemies, Yan-sun comments that the concept of the place is quite brutal. As the giant demon prepares his attack with full force and a shout, the monster swings his gigantic blade directly at the defenseless young man. Yan-sun faces the imminent strike head-on, and his fist begins to shine with concentrated energy. The energy in his hand was fully compressed, thus creating the powerful blow called the key fist. The young man then delivers a very powerful punch that meets the demon's sword directly and squarely. The demon is completely shocked by the absurd power of that blow, so much so that his face even seems to crack in surprise. After the tremendous impact, Yan-sun uses the generated momentum to land skillfully on the horn of the stunned monster, without losing even a second. He jumps again, using the huge fallen creature's body as a support with great force. The young man then violently stomps on the demon's head, now lying on the ground, staring challengingly at the other monsters. Yan-sun shouts loudly for all of them to come at him at once. Determined, he points to himself as he says he is only there to pass the test. The demons are confused by that statement, and one of them even asks what Teski is talking about, before they all start laughing loudly. A monster that seems smarter understands the situation, because he realizes that Yan-sun wants to impress their master. The creatures then mock the human, because they find it ridiculous that he wants to please the dominator, while seeming so weak, totally ignoring the provocations. Yan-sun advances once more to attack, as the demons scream orders to tear him apart. With a serious and focused look, the hunter hears the furious shouts, asking for him to be torn into 1,000 pieces right there. Yan-sun begins to deliver rapid punches, hitting the monster squarely and pushing them away with brute force. Another quick and accurate blow. It's the face of a nearby demon, clearly showing the young man's impressive strength. Quickly, the enemies surround him on all sides, desperately trying to hinder his strange fighting techniques. In immediate response, Yan-sun spins his body and delivers a powerful kick, known as the Celestial Kick. Continuing the spinning movement, the Celestial Kick hits one of the demons closest to him squarely. Yan-sun quickly looks around and realizes that fighting surrounded by so many enemies like this won't work out well. A larger monster seems to recognize the young man's strength, as demonic hounds appear by his side, ready to attack the canine creature's advance. Growling loudly, and one of them shouts that the human, there is nothing but simple feed for them. With a somewhat confused look, Yan-sun stares at the beasts, because he can't believe they're actually real demonic dogs. Without giving him any time to think, the hellhounds leap toward the hunter, as he realizes the enemies just keep coming, despite the very difficult situation. The protagonist keeps his gaze focused, and his determination does not diminish at all. The young man reacts quickly, landing a powerful punch on one of the creatures. And thinking about the rules of a constellation's domain, it is explained that a constellation's attributes function as laws. And in the domain of blood and war, there's only one simple rule. A single rule is very clear. Everyone must fight non-stop until they win. So Yang Jun thinks about finding higher and more advantageous ground, quickly searching for this strategic advantage. The hunter's sharp eyes spot a small structure nearby, without hesitating for a second. The young man runs there and kicks the door open strongly, while apologizing for using the house. To his complete surprise, inside the house, he finds a demon chef, who welcomes him by saying that the soup has just finished cooking. The hunter stands there, completely confused, and asks if this is a restaurant by any chance. The chef confirms, explaining that one must eat well to fight. Feeling a bit embarrassed about the broken door, Yen Sung scratches his head and asks if there's anything good to eat, because it's been a while since he had a proper meal. The demon chef responds with a wide and suspicious smile, saying he certainly has something for him. Suddenly the chef turns the pot toward him, ironically asking what Johnson thinks of a nice hot poisonous soup. The bubbling green broth completely covers the hunter, as the chef asks with a wicked smile if it suits his taste. To the demon chef's complete surprise, the young man simply responds calmly that yes, it's great as sinister. Green energy visibly begins to emanate from Yun Sung's entire body. A system notification appears, revealing that he has complete immunity to poisons, and can now even control them. The absorbed poison is converted into pure energy, as Yin Sung thinks that this place is amazing. At that moment, the chef asks who he is. At that exact instant, the other creatures arrive at the restaurant door, shouting that the damned human flood into the restaurant. The horde of enraged demons rushes into the establishment, all screaming orders to finish off the young man immediately. However, Yin Sun just gives them a very confident smile, staring down all the enemies approaching. Meanwhile, the demon chef at his side looks visibly very worried about the chaotic situation that has formed. A hunter then kicks a heavy table at the monsters at the entrance, saying that it's their tip for the service. The wooden furniture hits the demons at the entrance with force, serving as an improvised and effective barricade at the moment. Positioning himself strategically behind the overturned table, Yin Sung calls the remaining enemies to fight right there. The creatures outside get even more furious at his audacity, cursing the human in every possible way, still firmly holding the overturned furniture as a shield. The protagonist confidently comments that he can fight for hours. From that position, many hours pass since Liang Zhong Choi started his barricaded protest in the restaurant. Using a piece of broken chair as an improvised weapon prevents the demons from passing through the barricade. The young man strikes non-stop, the creature trying to advance using the broken furniture. With all his strength, a system notification appears, informing him that he has learned the skill. Chair Fist B+ rank, exactly as he had hoped. Yansung feels something different in these life or death fights, and finally understands the true reason for the goddess's test. Far away from there, the goddess of balance asks her servant, Edekanil, if he has any news of Yansung Choi, flying through the distorted skies of the abyss. Edekanil wonders how to find a single human in that immense place. Back at the chaotic restaurant, the result of the prolonged battle begins to show across the dirty floor, standing atop the bodies of fallen enemies. Yin Sung wonders if that was all of them, and how many more fights he still has ahead. Suddenly, the hunter's sharp gaze is drawn to a strange pot, leaking green liquid in the corner. With all his 5 senses at their peak, he immediately notices something very unusual coming from that container. The protagonist then focuses all his attention on that suspicious object to better analyze what it could be. Inside the pot, mixed with the green liquid, there was something rare that emitted a powerful and different force. Youngson finally grabs the pot. The demon chef screams desperately, saying that he worked hard for that. The The fallen chef asks if the young man didn't die, and explains that the Dominator doesn't like boring fights. Even if they die, they will be revived to fight. Desperate, the chef begs Yan Sung to release the pot, saying he suffered a lot to find that rare adamantium item. Yan Sung tells the demon to shut up by kicking the chef, and questions if he didn't get the pot by fighting too. With the accurate kick, the creature only screams in pain, lying there on the messy restaurant floor. The protagonist shouts angrily that if they fought, risking their own lives, it's obvious that the winner takes the prize. Yin Sung then declares loudly at the adamantium pot in the restaurant, "Know the entire and now belong." To him, at that moment, the unsound remembers reading an old martial arts story about a retired master who opened an inn. Although in the original story, the master chose a dangerous place, where fights among customers were very common. The protagonist recalls how much he once wished for something like that, and decides to name the place the Demonic Inn. Fallen former owner on the floor tells him not to joke around, because that's his restaurant. But Yang Sun just replies with a "so what?" with a smile. The protagonist says that if the chef wants the place back, he'll have to fight for it, and affirms that this is how things work already. Inside the abandoned kitchen, Yang Sun notices with surprise that the former demon owner kept the place very clean and organized. The young man again remembers someone saying he needed a hobby, but since there are no tools, he thinks about eating raw for now. Realizing the situation, Yan Sung thinks that now he has location, tools and ingredients, so he can study cooking in his spare time. The fighter picks up a piece of red meat and wonders what kind of lean meat it is, since it seems very high in protein. Holding the unknown food, the protagonist stands thoughtfully for a moment about what to do next with it. Without thinking twice, Yinsen bites into the raw meat, but a notification appears saying he consumed poison, leaving the young man confused. Irritated, he curses the former owner for leaving poison around, and grabs a strange blue fruit that was nearby. Determined, the fighter tries the shiny blue fruit, and again, the system warns about the consumption of harmful substances. For humans next, he tastes a weird mushroom and some roots. But for all of them, the same poison message appears. Grabbing his head, Yan Sun gets frustrated with so many dangerous items, and wonders if this is normal food for demons. No longer caring about the risks, the young man decides to eat everything raw anyway, using his immunity to turn it all into strength. Suddenly, a brilliant idea springs into Yan Sung's mind there in the kitchen. With wide eyes, he realizes that since he can eat poison without problems, he can simply treat poison as an ingredient and cook with it. From this point on, Yan Sung's daily routine changed a lot. In the morning, he fought monsters to gain experience. At night, he dedicated himself to studying cooking using poisonous ingredients. And the cycle at the inn lasted for over 100 years. After all that long time, we see Yin Sung calmly sweeping the now clean and tidy inn floor. Pausing for a moment, he looks at the invisible clock of the abyss and notices that it's already time for something to happen. At that moment, the inn's door is violently kicked open and a demon shouts, ordering the human to come out because he's back. It's the former demon chef accompanied by his gang. He demands his restaurant back while the others look ready for a fight. Amid the commotion, Yin Sung even praises the demon's persistence for not giving up, even after getting beaten every time. Responding to the comment, Yin Sung seriously states that this place is now the Demonic Inn, and no longer a simple restaurant. Full of pent-up rage, the demon chef gets frustrated that his kitchen knife cannot reach the human target, wasting no time. The human kicks the demon out of the place, ordering him to leave his inn immediately. Right after the accurate kick, an unexpected skill notification appears, leaving the young man a bit confused for a moment. The system informs that after so many battles, he has acquired the ranked skill body and fist, and that his divine celestial technique has become easier to use, feeling the energy flow better. Yang Zhong notices that his inner strength now circulates much faster through his body. This is a ranked skill called Body and Fist, That creates synergy between body and mind, making movements dozens of times faster. All martial artists in the world desire this powerful technique, but a hunter's skill isn't obtained just by wanting it. Popular abilities usually have detailed analyses and artifacts, sold at auctions as expensive magic scrolls. However, for martial artists with little information, they can only pray and hope to obtain a scroll like Body and Fist, although he doesn't know the exact requirements. Yin Sung smiles satisfied, because he obtained the Body and Fist skill by risking his life. Yin Sung thinks that martial artists would cry with joy over this, but they will only know when he returns. While in the meantime, the demons still want to fight. A dark and oppressive energy begins to spread through the place, foreshadowing in another battle with no apparent end. Then, a voice warns everyone that they have received the Dominator's grace, and orders them not to fail in the battle, to come falling on the ground. The demons wonder in disbelief how that could have possibly happened. In disbelief, the monsters refuse to accept defeat to a human, even after 100 years of failed attempts. Inside the Yin, Sung meditates calmly, while a demon complains outside about the sturdy construction. The young man remains with his eyes closed, fully concentrating on the new energy that now flows through his body. The gathered demons realize, frustrated that they can't even destroy the place to reach him inside, while the demons think about how to change their strategy. Yang Sun Choi also feels the strong need to evolve further. Observing his hands, he reflects on having stagnated, because although cooking helped his energy, his martial arts did not progress. The fighter wonders if he can feel something similar to when he gained Body and Fist, and his expression suddenly changes. Suddenly, Yang San notices something on the ground, an adamantium fragment and fresh meat, which make him very excited. Outside, a demon displays similar items, imagining how much his stats would increase if he could cook them properly. With a sideways smile, the chef notices the trap, realizing they're trying to lure him out with those valuable items. The monsters come to a conclusion. There's no chance if he and Sun remains inside, so they must draw him out at any cost. Opening the door, Yin Sung confronts the enemies and comments that their acting to lure him was really bad. The demons are left speechless and surprised because they didn't expect the human to actually come out of the inn. Like that, Yin Sung now stands outside the demonic inn, displaying a confident look for the battle that is surely coming. Furious with the human's unexpected presence, the monsters shout orders to eliminate him immediately, right there on the spot, while the unprotected Gao Xian also functioned as a chain, preventing his true martial advancement and training. Only a small number of demons could confront him inside, which significantly limited the real challenges. This also meant there were no truly risky battles, kind of needed in order to evolve for real. For this reason, he decided to play along with their plan, even with their terrible acting, while a monster charges yelling about having the advantage. Quickly, the demon launches his first heavy attack against the chef, who is still standing at the inn's entrance. Yin Sung merely observes the incoming attack, appearing more curious than actually concerned about the enemy's move, facing a demon much larger than him. The protagonist calmly comments that the situation doesn't look good for the monster. The monster chuckles and asks if Yin Sung is scared now that he stepped outside, saying he can barely stand. Continuing the provocation, the demon claims that everything ends today and charges again with accumulative fury without any effort. The fighter blocks the blow with one hand and repeats that things really don't look good for the enemy. Shocked by such ease, the demon refuses to believe the simple possibility of losing to that weak human. Yin Sung sighs internally, thinking that his martial arts won't improve at this pace without real challenges. The chef's words enrage the monsters who shout insults, while Yanso moves so fast that he even creates mirages. A quote from Sylvan Lag, the only a class hunter, is mentioned, saying that this level is where one can have true confidence. Jensen Choi still didn't fully understand the meaning of those important words back in that distant past, but now that he has reached the peak, he finally understands for. He had previously focused only on cultivating strength and crushing enemies. That urgent feeling of lacking confidence no longer exists, and Ollie possesses a calm awareness of who truly is. At this moment, the chef feels the world, telling him that his strength is far greater than the swarm of advancing demons. Notification appears informing him that he has successfully used his attacks with his enhanced divine celestial techniques. The fighter has learned to use the opponent's strength for himself, achieving enlightenment in the powerful technique total counterattack. Thus, Johnson finally acquires the coveted, a rank ability called total counterattack, right there in the middle of the battle. With a smile, the protagonist thanks them for the adamantium and the meat, saying he's super grateful for the valuable gifts. He then says he'll always fight as long as they bring gifts like these. All the demons grumble that he'll see soon enough. Keeping the promise, the monsters leave the gifts at the door and shout for Human to come out and finally fight them. Gunson steps out of the inn asking where everyone is, because he thought they really wanted to fight like they always did. Suddenly, a large and unexpected explosion happens right in front of the dark inn, raising a lot of dust. The demons shout to keep attacking since he specializes in close combat. So the order is to use magic from a distance. Following their plan, more powerful magical attacks bombard the entrance of the demonic inn without stopping for a moment. In the middle of the smoke, Janssen remains intact and another notification appears, saying that he blocked it using his inner strength. To top it off, a notification pops up indicating that by defending against attacks, his body's durability has increased by another stage. Soon after, the system informs him that he has reached the stage of invulnerability, while a demon screams furiously without understanding how he survived. With that, he acquires a rank invulnerable body, and the more they insisted, the stronger the protagonist became, increasing the gap between them. Hundreds of years passed in this cycle, resulting in a mountain of demons on the ground, with one still growing in pain. Yin Sung announces that that's enough for today, and tells all the defeated monsters to go home and rest. A little revolted, the demons boo because they didn't even get a chance to fight, while one of them shouts that he waited all day for this chance. Calmly, he offers password number 1, letting the demon be the first tomorrow. And the blue monster is surprised by the kindness. The chef warns them not to cut the line, because he won't fight anyone who causes a disturbance, while the blue demon assures they will wait. Inside the inn, Yin Sung reflects that somehow he became close to the monsters, which might be expected after centuries of fighting. In his hands, a hunter card, a magical device, given when he registered with the association back on Earth. When imbued with energy, the card displays statuses. So Yin Sung decides to check how much progress he made during his long training. The card then begins to shine very intensely, leaving Yin Sung completely shocked at the result. Displayed on the screen shows that his skills are divine, technique invulnerable body, and total counterattack all a rank, along with a mysterious world residence. The fighter acknowledges having gained incredible skills, but wonders what the hell that last strange ability is. Before him appears the image of the unknown skill world residence, and he is very curious about its real meaning. His stats were incredible with skills above a rank, but among them one caught his attention. Poison immunity, a rank. Yin Sung remembers something about this skill, because he recalls that when he first learned it, it was only D rank. The fighter had never seen a skill rank up before, but assumes it's understandable, since he trained in the abyss for thousands of years. The card shows details of poison immunity, making him immune to poisons, as well as allowing him to control them and boost inner strength. Next, the card for the body and fist ability is displayed, and this technique allows him to move his body precisely as he desires. Then comes the card for total counterattack and martial art to return enemy attacks, no matter the strength, right after. The card for invulnerable body appears, with it allowing the user's skin to become harder than steel, defending against attacks. Yin Sung reflects for a moment. As far as he knew, these were all the abilities he truly possessed. However, a rank ability appears, Convergence of the Three Flowers, which the young man had heard about back on Earth. Is explained about the magical power, an internal force that hunters use, because when the quality of that source diminishes, it can lead to failure. On the contrary, When inner strength is vast and pure, one can reach the legendary pinnacle where 3 flowers bloom. When cultivating Kai, the protagonist is confused because he remembers that this skill is granted to those who master unique martial techniques of a rank, something he didn't know he had done. He then realizes that even though his divine, celestial technique was slow, it allowed him to accumulate the purest possible internal force, precisely the technique he had been practicing tirelessly for thousands of years against all those persistent demons. Another ability that emerges, the celestial martial body, meaning his body is ideal for martial arts and his affinity is high. Yen-sung believes this is thanks to the magical storm, since he thinks he has no real innate talent for it. The fighter reflects on the goddess's plan, because her first test must have a purpose, while she still wonders where he is. A new rank ability appears called State of Perfection, where after countless practices, he can use techniques just by seeing them. Normally mastering even one technique in a lifetime is difficult, but with this skill, he can use several. Like mages use spells, it seems very powerful. Staring at the last ability, Yen-sung becomes very curious. Since it doesn't even have a rank or any other useful information, the card reveals its name, Resonance of the Universe, and says that you are closer to the peak of your existence, and the universe resonates for you. Peak of existence and universe resonating. Yen-sung wonders what that means, and questions if there are flaws in the hunter cards. Elsewhere, a pot boils intensely as the text announces the birth of the first human constellation. In history, Yen-sung realizes that the suit finished while he was looking at his cards, and that he had taken the first step toward it without knowing. Back in the past, in the abyss, a demon shouts that Yen-sung is too powerful, calling him a very frightening human. Inside, the wounded demons talk. One admits he knew he wasn't a match, while another complains that he's been fighting for 500 years, and Janssen only gets stronger. Janssen then appears offering food to the losers, and a demon asks if this really is a restaurant. Another asks if the other's first time there. The monster devours the food eagerly and shouts that he'll recharge his energy with the meal to defeat him. Next time, the protagonist smiles confidently, as testing new recipes has become his routine, and he improves his culinary skills by changing the menu. Another demon tries the food and marvels, saying it's delicious and that Yang-sun wasn't only good at fighting. Our boy asks about the dish he'd offered, but the demon shouts that it's pig food. The chef admits he can't get it. Right every time the creature starts to feel sick, cursing the human, while Yang-sun calmly notes down that the recipe was a total failure. Seeing his companion collapse at the table, the other demon refuses to eat it. While the chef continues writing everything down, Yen-sung shows a very serious and focused look. For a brief moment there in the kitchen, a different and larger demon appears, throwing the food on the ground. As he shouts that he's a warrior and not a prisoner to be tortured, the green monster stands up furiously and demands that the human fight fairly, stopping immediately with his dirty tricks. The sinister purple energy then begins to visibly emanate from Yan-san's extended hand. At that moment, using his power, Yan-san completely disintegrates the big guy, causing the other monsters to become terrified of his strength. One of the smaller demons questions what he thinks he's doing, and asks why he destroyed the food he had made, with his hands still glowing. He warns that the monster is banned from returning there, even after resurrecting as usual. Turning to the demon who praised him earlier, Yan-sam apologizes for the incident, while the creature returns to eating, marveling at the flavor outside under a red sky. The protagonist comments that he found it strange, because the praised food didn't seem good to him, so he gave it to the demons. The protagonist smiles, satisfied that they liked it, and tells them to finish everything properly before leaving. Meanwhile, another demon still seems to be having a seizure nearby, on the inn's floor after eating. The demons didn't return for a month, and Yen-sung reflects on whether they really like the food. Later, he gained the skill of pistol cuisine, with a clenched fist and focus. Yen-sung appears concentrated in his usual intense physical training, executing a powerful kick in the air. He continues his martial training, even while still wearing the N's apron. After the grueling training, the protagonist finally seems to reach a serious and important conclusion about something. Yin Song confirms his previous suspicions. Strength as a martial artist simply stopped increasing long ago. His inner energy is stagnant, feeling as if his core is full and blocked. His growth is stuck. He recalls that even Li Shuwen only reached the limited peak rank, and without anyone to model after. Yin Sung has no references. Realizing that no stronger martial artist is known, he concludes that he will have to surpass this barrier alone. Reflecting on the difficult situation, Yin Sung believes there is only one possible method left to evolve further, and that risky method is to find a much stronger opponent, to fight on equal footing, or even lose someone much stronger than the local demons, because Yinsen means a real challenge, an enemy who can surpass him. At that moment, knocks on the door, interrupt his thoughts, and a deep voice asks from outside if the owner is present. Opening the door with a smile, the protagonist asks if they came to eat, saying they arrive at a good time, because he has high-quality meat today. Inviting them in, he asks them to choose a place, and says he'll soon prepare a bowl of rice with meat for them. However, his expression quickly changes to one of slight strangeness upon seeing who the unexpected visitor really is. Before him stands a large and very intimidating demon, who with huge fangs he will taste the food from the place. Observing the creature enter, Yin Sung notices that he has never seen that demon around before, and while guiding the customer, he takes the opportunity to read its abilities up close. The monster reveals that it came from afar, drawn by a rumor, and says it is eager to test the innkeeper's skills. Instantly, Johnson gulps as he feels the immense pressure, because being a peak rank master, he can identify the opponent's level. That demon was truly powerful, much stronger than Johnson Troy himself, and its magical power seemed almost infinite. The confident smile, Yun Sang now understands everything, because that encounter marked the beginning of a new kind of training. A real challenge have finally appeared. The menu of the day at the end is beef dunberry, but without the usual white rice. Serving the meal, Yin Sung invites the demon to try today's special dish. The creature stares silently at the bowl of meat, while carefully analyzing the served dish. Johnson watches attentively, because he notices something different, just with a quick glance at the visitor. As the demon eats, Johnson confirms his suspicions for that guy is strong, even stronger than himself. After finishing the meal, the customer thanks him, and comments that he heard the owner collects unique and rare gems. This mention catches the protagonist by surprise, making the innkeeper much more alert than before. During the conversation, what the strange demon pulls out is an adamantium ingot, of a size Yin Sung had never seen before. Holding the payment, Yin Sung asks if he would like another bowl, but the demon declines, saying one was enough, though our boy thinks the value is too much. The creature then asks if the protagonist really said he was human, and the innkeeper confirms, a bit hesitant at the question. The demon introduces himself as Varagos, the first member of the glorious blood and war dominator's family. He reveals that he is the one who received the blood axe, and that Varagos came to bring a proposal from his master to Yong's son. Curious and a little apprehensive, the boy asks what this mysterious proposal from the dominator would be. Varagos reveals that his master has been observing Yan Sung, has granted him the honor of joining his powerful family. The demon was sure the boy would accept. After all, no one would be crazy enough to refuse a constellation's offer, especially an offer coming directly from an important constellation, to join its family in the abyss. However, Yin Sun calmly refuses the invitation, leaving Varagos completely shocked by the human's unexpected response. Unbelieving, Varagos asks if he is really refusing his master's offer, and the protagonist simply confirms with a direct and firm yes. An overwhelming pressure starts emanating from Varagos, as Yan Sun feels the full intensity of the demon's growing fury. Despite the immense pressure, our boy smiles, because he thinks he has found the opponent he had long sought. To evolve, the demon cannot understand the refusal, as he claims Yan's son has perfect potential for his powerful master, his willingness to fight even with the obvious strength. Difference is exactly what the Dominator seeks in a new follower. Faced with this, Vera goes confusingly questions, what could be the reason for the protagonist to refuse such a good proposal? The innkeeper replies that he already has a prior commitment, and Vera goes even more confused, asks what he is talking about. Vergas assumes he has already joined another family, but senses no energy. And Yinsen explains that a constellation promised him a spot. If he passes the test, the answer leaves the demon even more confused, and also very suspicious of a human's whole story. The demon asks if he has been tricked, but irritated, the innkeeper tells him to stop stalling and just fight already. Veragos seriously asks Yan's son to listen to him, stating that what the human is saying makes no logical sense. He explains that constellations only add those they truly desire. If a being is wanted, other constellations will also soon desire them. Therefore, they quickly make a contract, or take the prospect to their domain, to train them without any outside interference. Veragos says that losing a prospect would make them a laughingstock for 10,000 years. Grabbing them immediately is practically a sacred rule in the abyss. The protagonist shakes his head because he says that Veragos failed to notice something very important in all that he said. Yin-sung reveals that his constellation sees the future, and he believes she saw something important to make this unique decision. The demon finds clairvoyance unstable, but Yin-sung says that this proves his constellation is incredible for allowing his training outside. Proudly, our boy explained the training he endured over the last 1,000 years, and how everything was carefully prepared just for him. For the demon, this makes even less sense, as he explains that abyssal magic storms are uncontrollable. Even for constellations, the innkeeper is surprised by the information, as he was sure that constellations controlled the storms. If they could, they would have already dominated the abyss. The demon stares seriously at the human, and Veragos suggests that perhaps the constellation did not actually bring him here intentionally. He continues, questioning whether Yin-sung was simply caught and transported entirely by accident by the violet. Local magic storm Veragos tries to argue that it's not too late, but the human immediately tells him to shut up, unwilling to hear anything more. Yin-sung did not feel that Veragos was lying, and also felt that something was wrong many times, and he simply ignored it all. He never stopped to doubt for even a moment, caught up in the constant excitement of simply growing stronger. Each passing day back at the inn, the protagonist, he seems to have a sudden and painful realization about his entire situation. There in the abyss, he wonders how he could have been so stupid, and questions why he never thought to doubt any of it until now. The innkeeper holds back his tears, however, because every tear shed means the loss of precious muscle and energy. For him, noticing the human's sudden rush, Veragos asks where he thinks he is going with such speed all of a sudden. The protagonist then coldly reveals that there has been an important change in the original plans he had made before, now aware that it wasn't a training ground. He needs to return to Earth quickly, having already wasted over 1,000 years there for nothing. Unfortunately for the human, Veragos seriously warns that he cannot simply leave the Dominator's domain so easily, and the receiver of the Blood Axe, the glorious Veragos, finally reveals his true and fearsome demonic form. Right there, the demon received the direct blessing of the Blood and War Dominator to become even stronger than before. It's a pity to have to destroy a gem like Yansam, but Veragos confidently states that his master is still quite generous. If the boy falls, the master will imprison his soul, and later revive him to serve the Dominator eternally. The protagonist refuses this at all costs and punches the demon, shouting that he does not want to stay there forever with them. The creature notices the unique movement technique, as he senses no magic. Yet Yin, his son, moves faster than ordinary teleportation. The boy reveals it to be a heavenly steps technique, where he moves rapidly, infused with his powerful internal force accumulated over years. Veragos finds it interesting, and now understands why the master liked him, but warns that there is no more time. Yin Sung must prepare himself. Wasting no time, Varagos uses the blood baptism, and red liquid starts spraying everywhere. At the battle site of Dents, red energy begins to stir dangerously in the environment. Around the two fighters present. A piece of it strikes the protagonist's shoulder, who immediately realizes it is not blood, but concentrated chunks of pure mana. Analyzing the red energy, Yansung is impressed by the magic and realizes that even his invulnerable body won't withstand it for long, rising into his imposing form. Varagos tells the human to end this quickly, because the blood and war dominator awaits him eagerly. Varagos activates the blood baptism, and a torrent of dark red mana destroys everything it touches. Ability displays overwhelming magical power as Varagos far surpasses any ordinary human mage. Facing the threat, Yin Sung's skills react, enhancing his senses and optimizing his strength. Loud alerts from the heavenly technique are triggered, indicating extreme danger. But something changes in his perception. Before an opponent of unimaginable strength, Yinsen Troy's mind becomes still and completely focused on the now. Feelings of shame or thoughts about lost time disappear, and he focuses only on the present moment of the fight. The fighter gains confidence, remembering the storm, and thus believes he can handle this situation as well. Johnson realizes the key to survival and understands that feeling. The flow of energy surpasses pure speed. With his newly sharpened perception, he calmly steps over the dangerous red mana covering the entire ground. Using his agility, he creates multiple images of himself and easily dodges the mana projectiles while crossing the dangerous energy storm. A notification informs him that the rank of his martial arts has increased. Yin Zhang reaches rank as in Phantom Steps, thus moving instantaneously and appearing in front of Varagos. The demonic creature is impressed, because Varagos cannot believe he actually dodged the blood baptism. He admits that he thought martial arts were useless, but now the human leaves him no choice but to respect him. The demon then explains that in the abyss, the main and strongest skill is magic that uses mana as power. Varagos continues saying that magic users extract almost infinite and constant power from the surrounding environment. Meanwhile, martial artists use internal force, and their limits are clear compared to magic, making them rare in the abyss. Looking at Yin Sung, Varagos finally understands the reason for the existence of martial arts and finds it wonderful. The demon tells an old story about rebellious slaves in the territory of a constellation, but considers it foolishness. Those fools try to go against the laws of the world, and by disobeying the constellation, they could no longer use mana. However, the revolt was not stopped as easily as expected, and such information leaves the protagonist confused. The reason, according to Varagos, was a strange ability. They mastered a technique without external power. Yin Sung understands that such ability refers to martial arts, and then asks what would happen if he were a mage. The creature responds that he would already be with the Dominator, right after his body was undone by the blood baptism. Without further words, our protagonist decides to attack first, and charges quickly, with everything he has against the powerful Varagos. The protagonist's blue energy collides against the demon's red energy. As the clash generates a strong visible pressure, Johnson is pushed back by the force of the blow, and realizes disappointedly that his previous attack had little effect. The demon praises the human's brilliance, but presents himself as the one who received the blood axe from the master. Without hesitation, he swings his huge red axe, and the weapon descends rapidly toward Yin Sung. The full force, the impact of the axe, causes a huge explosion of reddish energy, and raises a lot of dust at the battle site. After another impact, the reddish explosion repeats, and a great amount of dust rises again, covering the view of the combat. Pushed backward, Yin Sung lands at the edge of a cliff, while observing the dense red smoke below. Emerging from the dust, Varagos stares at the human from above, his red eyes now shining with hostile intent. Swiftly, the demon dives for the fighter, while Yan-sun prepares to defend against the imminent strike. Irritated Yan-sun thinks how annoying magical abilities are, and questions if they shouldn't be weaker or close. The fighter continues his internal complaint, frustrated that magic seems able to do everything. Despite the complaints, Yan-sun manages to defend against the attack, while the demon Viragos watches him closely from above. Protagonist's body enters in natural euphoria, and adrenaline rushes through his veins. During the intense battle, Yan-sun acknowledges the immense strength of the enemy in front of him as he faces an opponent with overwhelming power. While dodging the axe blows, Yan-sun feels his strength increasing as the harsh battle continuously strengthens him. The martial artist decides to concentrate his inner force, gathering everything in one place like pure fiske. With concentrated energy, he unleashes a powerful blow upward, thus delivering the celestial punch at the enemy. Demon finds the human's ability interesting, but questions how long Yan-sun can keep using techniques in silence. The protagonist clenches his fists and concludes that his attack was too superficial to cause real damage. He explains how he defended himself, using techniques like total counterattack and phantom step to withstand the attacks. The real difficulty, however, was attacking the demon, because defending was one thing, but causing damage was quite different. Johnson urgently needed a decisive blow, because he had to pierce through Viragos' dozens of magical shields. The boy reflects on Fiske and understands that his current inner strength would not be enough to break through the defenses. In his mind, the fighter considers using that technique, which would be a last resort, possibly needed now in the fight. In theory, Fiske is not the limit of inner strength, because by going beyond, it would be possible to create fortified ki. His powerful Blues energy is the key fortification technique, and Yan-sun now activates it in his clenched fist. Lai Shun, the greatest martial artist on earth, created this fortification that lasted only an instant. Due to its immense cost at the cliff's edge, Yan-sun stands firm, while below the demons, rent energy still pulses threateningly. However, for the protagonist, the story is different. As his bandaged hand rests on the rocky ground, preparing something, a very intense blue energy erupts from his hand, and an incredible power visibly begins to manifest. It turns out that Zhong Choi had already surpassed Li Xuan's level, and this happened hundreds of years ago in the abyss. Sensing the abrupt change in the human's power, Viragos is very surprised and his red eyes widen, immediately gathering the fortified energy. The boy shapes his attack, and a potent bluish form starts to emerge from his right hand. Like a lightning bolt, the energy shoots out and hits Viragos squarely, impacting the demon creature's chest. Observing the result of the blow, Yan-sun is relieved because the fortified ki attack really worked. A blue energy ray strikes Viragos in the chest, leaving the demon completely stunned by that power. A notification reveals the destruction of the blood shield, the master's blessing and the advanced shield. Shocked, he stares at the human and screams, desperately questioning what kind of powerful light that was. Relieved, the fighter confirms the success of the attack, but he knows that unfortunately, there is a catch to this victory. Yan-sun thinks that continuously using fortified ki will quickly drain his precious inner strength. Observing from a distance, it becomes clear that the fight is not over, because after all, nothing is permanent in that chaotic place. The lesser demons, watching from afar, tremble in fear, because the power displayed was truly terrifying. One demon reflects on the 6 long months of fighting, and thinks that the human is legendary. Despite the high energy cost, Yan-sun maintains a serious expression, fully ready to continue even with the energy drain. The fighter prepares another powerful blow and fires the celestial punch again. Viragos grinds his teeth, enduring the impact, while the system warns that using fist aura consumes strength. Very quickly, Yan-sun feels the energy expenditure, but the 3 flowers convergence restores his strength, and the martial body helps the divine technique, with fortified key tiers for defenses. But the boy could not attack again immediately due to the energy drain. even with abilities aiding in recovery. The martial artist still needed time for another celestial punch. Unfortunately, this gave Viragos time to restore his magical barrier. He says the fight is dragged on too long. The creature raises his axe, wrapped in a shadowy aura, and says he can no longer bore the Blood Dominator. His weapon now shines with a sinister purplish energy, as the demon roars furiously to end everything. Surprised by this sudden energy change, Yin Sung watches carefully what is happening to his opponent. In total fury, Viragos invokes his powerful master and desperately cries out for the Dear Blood Master's help. A massive demonic figure appears in the sky, and the Dominator grants the demon more power to win the fight. The figure disappears, and Virago assumes a smaller, yet denser form, while letting out a sinister and confident laugh before Yang Zhong. The shadow of Viragos' enhanced power looms, and the Lord seems to thank his master for the help. Viragos' face confirms his sincere gratitude for the extra strength he just received from the powerful master. At that moment, Yang Zhong clearly realized that the situation had become even more dangerous than before. The reason the demon abandoned his immense and intimidating form is then revealed to everyone. He charges very quickly against the fighter, and Yin Sun crosses his arms to defend himself. All of this was done so that the demon could become incredibly faster than in his previous form. Immediately, Viragos unleashes multiple rapid strikes with his shining axe toward the human attacks. A martial artist is forced to retreat and dodge the flood of powerful attacks from the enemy. With great difficulty, the protagonist finally manages to block a very powerful downward strike from above. The system warns that his invulnerable body is breaking, and he needs time for full recovery. He knows he cannot lose focus for even a second, because a simple mistake now could be fatal. On the other side, Viragos roars loudly, displaying all his newly acquired power granted by his demonic master. Since arriving in the abyss, Yin Sung had never truly used all his inner strength, accumulated over centuries. Using all this power in that dangerous place was risky, as an enemy could appear at any moment. Barrios gives no time for rest, and charges again with everything he has against the fighter. On the dangerous cliff, the demon then unleashes another powerful blow, with a sinister weapon with a clear intent to end the fight. However, at that crucial moment, the situation for Yang Sun was completely different from what it had ever been before. Yang Sun faced the tough choice between fighting while saving energy, or deciding to go all out to win. The final result of this intense battle was completely unpredictable for both sides. Without thinking twice, Yang Sun decides to release all the immense inner strength he had stored. A massive, brilliant blue column of energy shoots out with full force, directly at the surprised demon. A notification appears, celestial rope awakens, and sequences are added to the divine technique, as the skill will evolve. Virago seems to feel the tremendous impact of the newly released power by the martial artist he had underestimated. Now using his full strength, Yan Sun faces his opponent, ready for the next and decisive round. Faced with that overwhelming power, Viragos feels that he must eliminate the human now without fail. The demon perfectly understands that if he cannot finish Yan Sun Choi, at that moment the martial artist would become such a powerful enemy that Viragos would not even be able to approach him in the future. Viragos realizes how incredibly powerful our boy would become if he managed to survive the fight. Unable to accept this in the Dominator's territory, the creature charges once again, with everything he has against him. The demon could not accept the new rival constellation would be born, right there in the sacred master's domain. Quickly, the martial artist defends himself, blocking the demon's final and desperate charge. Viragos, however, is surprised by Yin Sung's intense light and asks fearfully, "What the hell that is?" A shock is visible in the wide eyes of the red monster before that pure and overwhelming blue energy. Wrapped in the energy, Yin Sung shines intensely in the area, leaving Viragos confused about what he is seeing. Now, after emptying his accumulated inner strength, the protagonist finally manages to see something very important about himself. The martial artist realizes what was limiting him before, and can now see the true strength within his dantian. Previous limitations no longer have meaning, because the dantian is like an infinite universe within him. After all, notification reached transcendent rank, and his inner world can now finally expand. Another notification appears. Awaken as rank key fortification technique, and can now freely use fortified Kai. New notifications show 2 more as rank skills. One is subdue the strong, aid the weak, and the other is self-conquest. All this newly awakened energy explodes violently outward, shattering the rocky ground beneath him. Wrapped in this powerful blue aura, Yin Sung feels the resonance of the universe grow stronger, and a notification confirms it. His eyes shining intensely, he gazes into the void above. When the system informs him that the universe awaits his call, with his awakened power, the observing constellation show clear interest in Yin Sun. Now entities react to his ascension with a lava cat waving, the cardinal promising a scythe, and the bull roaring fury overtakes the blood and war dominator. And Yin Sun realizes that everyone had been watching his battle. Below him, Varigos extends a hand with difficulty, because the demon seems to be in his final moments holding him. Defeated Yin Song hears him admit his defeat to the human. A powerful aura still envelopes the whole area. After the intense and highly destructive battle between them, suddenly the martial artist shows some surprise on his tired face. After that recent difficult fight, wrapped again in blue energy, a notification confirms his triumph as he wins the battle against Varigos. The system informs that Johnson gains universal power through self-conquest, while Varigos calls out to him shouting. The demon acknowledges the boy's strength and affirms that the protagonist now has the right to refuse the master's offer. The martial artist thanks Varigos for the fight, but the demon interrupts him, asking him to listen to something. Varigos does not know which constellation made the offer, but asks that Johnson first know something important. He advises the protagonist not to accept the entity's proposal, leaving the martial artist confused. With his hand raised with effort, Varigosa tells Yan Sung to grow even more and become much stronger. The demon adds that he must become so strong that even that constellation will not be able to belittle him. Ghost then shouts for Johnson to carve his name into the history of the abyss, and that he must become a constellation. With wide eyes of surprise, the boy slowly processes the demon's final and unexpected words. The creature seems to use its last strength just to pass on this important final message. The martial artist then wonders, intrigued, whether he could indeed one day become a powerful constellation. Yin Sung reflects on the almost unbelievable possibility of someone like him achieving such a grand feat. After a moment of reflection, the fighter seems to have made a decision, because he will accept Varibo's advice. The protagonist states that he will follow his words, and the fallen demon lets out a guttural laugh, finding him impressive as a sign of respect or challenge. The boy reveals his name as Yansam Choi from Distant Earth. Turning to leave, the martial artist says he looks forward to the day when the two of them will fight again. Varigos promises that he will return, as he now has a great debt to repay. To the protagonist, the tempting thought of becoming a constellation remains fixed in the warrior's mind. As he walks away, reaching a peak of power, he incorporates the world within himself, and at this level begins to feel new things. An intense energy seems to flow everywhere, revealing his newly sharpened sensory perceptions. This includes feeling the pressure of the constellation's gazes that have been intensely observing him during the fight. The attention of these powerful beings is now clearly felt by the martial artist, who has just awakened his potential. Besides the pressure, he also senses how strong and vast those beings truly were. At last, Yin Sung closes his fist determinedly, thinking that he can get there if he becomes even stronger. Suddenly, 2 messages appear. and the lava cat and the cardinal of play propose a meeting with him. Apparently, the constellations of the abyss do not act directly, because they're always trying to take over domains. Therefore, they observe the world from distant thrones, keeping an eye on subjects and possible future recruits. Yinsong realizes that they watch as if through a broadcast, and at that moment the Dominator puts a bounty on him. With that, all the beings in the domain start targeting Yinsong, and the martial artist finds himself surrounded by enemies. The fighter starts seeing them like people commenting on forums, and thinks that the constellations aren't that special. Yin Sung Choi had gone as crazy as them, for he had already declared in front of them that he would become a constellation. In the past, we see him training while a friend watches TV and tells the boy to look at someone on the screen. The friend explains that it is the guy with a contract, with a constellation, the interview. He says everyone invites him, but there's a catch. The person on TV claims that having such a contract isn't as good as many people think. It really is. The interviewed man continues, saying that only those who made such deals would truly understand what he means. On television, the man explains that life becomes restricted by the rules of the constellation, and Yin Sung's friend complains. The protagonist agrees with his friend, because he thinks the guy has everything anyone would want, and shouldn't complain at that moment. The boy understands what the hunter on TV meant, that one must live by the rules of the constellation. Moreover, the contracted person is constantly watched by the entity, and risks punishment if he challenges orders. The position of a constellation subject, which everyone envies, is nothing but a pretty collar for a slave. After all, these creatures attack under the command of their masters, but are quickly struck by overwhelming power. Thinking about this, Hyun Sung reinforces his conviction, because the reason he wanted to become stronger wasn't to please them. The boy wanted power and freedom, to choose and follow his own path without interference. He cannot entrust his destiny to a constellation, even as the cardinal provokes the Dominator and the lava cat laughs. The cardinal of play is impressed by the boy's lack of intention, and finding it irritating, offers him the skill plague eruption. Yin Sung immediately refuses the offer, causing the cardinal to become furious, while the other constellations laugh. The martial artist explains that he doesn't know how to use magic, and the shocked cardinal tries to excuse himself, saying see. Even so, the entity offers the cat's book, but Yin Sung declines again, saying he will stick with martial arts. Lava and Magma Cat curses at the boy, calling him a hipster, and the protagonist doesn't understand the strange nickname. Even so, the feline constellation offers the boy a valuable adamantium ingot. Leaving him surprised, Yin Sung accepts, thanking him while the cardinal mocks the cat, doubting the boy would accept the capitalist's gift. The lava cat then says that for more minerals, all he needs to do is form a contract, making Yan Sung scowl with a serious face. The fighter starts saying something with conviction, for all the constellations to hear, attentively holding the adamantium. The boy points and shouts that he will become a constellation too, because gifts won't work on him. The boy remains confused about the hipster nickname, wondering where the feline constellation picked up that weird slang. Meanwhile, a message appears for the fighter, informing him that the lava cat is now apparently rooting for him, observing the destroyed store. The boy sighs while the cat says he will watch, and the cardinal of plagues still mocks. There finally was the item Yan Sun had been looking for, an object resembling a large ancient war drum. The martial artist picks up the object, deciding to ignore the constellation's messages, so their provocations don't affect him. With a very determined look, a fighter moves forward, because now he will forge his own solitary path. Before leaving, he thanks the demonic inn for everything, and bids farewell to the place where he spent so much time. Arriving at a different location, we see a very exotic landscape full of strange floating platforms. Something quite mysterious begins to walk through this new, unknown environment. A strange two-headed creature appears, and someone then asks if it has seen a human nearby. Two heads of the creature show much confusion, having heard an unexpected question from the strange flyer. Just behind, we see a hologram of the protagonist, as this person describes his appearance and height to the local creature. Apparently, this angelic figure is a constellation, and she is searching for our martial artist. Yan's son, finding the constellation's tone arrogant. The creature questions her, but the angelic being responds directly and bluntly. The angel answers with great disdain, questioning why she should explain anything to such an inferior creature. Quickly, the angelic figure lands very close to the curious, two-headed creature that was staring at her. The monster says it seems the angel forgot where she is, and adds that after hiding, she lost her sense of danger. Shouting, the being claims that this place does not belong to the constellations, because it is the most isolated point of the abyss, and the land of freedom with a roar of fury. The creature then charges against the constellation, shouting for the angel to taste the claws of freedom. But the constellation seems to dodge the creature's surprise attack, without much effort as it charged at her. The two-headed being misses the strike completely and is thrown far away while the others watch everything in shock. Suddenly, the creature ends up being struck powerfully by the angelic constellation without any difficulty. The angel slams the creature into the ground with great force, leaving it incapacitated for the moment. The constellation asks again if it saw the sought-after boy, and the creature apologizes, saying it has not. The angel thanks it for the information and before departing, wishes everyone the blessing of her constellation. We discover that the angel's name is NgocMy, and she continues her search, defeating monsters while always asking about Yan's son. The observer questions what she is doing, while the demon king promises a reward. And the master of hallucinations tries to understand. It is explained that constellations grant power to servants, like streamers, and their journeys are entertainment. So Aquinal uses the goddess barrier. The observer of 100 faces becomes furious at the bold ability, while the master of distorted hallucinations mocks her. Then the demon king promises infernal fire and demands that the barrier be lowered. But the observer wants proof before sending it without an oath. Aquinal was sent because Yinxing ignored temptations and completed tasks, although she does not believe in him. And we return to an abandoned place. In this totally desolate and forgotten place, we see Johnson training his powerful punches using intense energy. As he always does, his strike unleashes a powerful blue shockwave that completely destroys the rocky ground around him. On impact, his divine celestial technique reached transcendent rank in the state of perfection helped him. Thus, the amount of strength is no longer crucial. Johnson continues his intense and dedicated training, letting out a loud cry of effort, showing his determination. Despite everything that happened, the boy continues using his reliable celestial punch, as he has always done for centuries. The protagonist trains as hard and focused as when he first learned the divine celestial technique years ago. Under the oppressive red sky of the abyss, he delivers another extremely powerful strike, using all this accumulated strength. His image in the air reflects his total concentration, as the pure and brilliant blue energy flows intensely through his fist. An explosion of pure energy marks the impact of his enhanced technique on the now destroyed ground. A notification appears saying he chose a life suitable for his status, and his existential power increases. So Johnson feels the strength. This happened after defeating Viragos and leaving the master's territory, and the world resonance skill changed. With confirmation appearing, the skill is now resonance, the invincible avatar of training, and the system informs him of his peak. As the world resonates with him, his new and imposing divine title is confirmed as the invincible avatar of training. Yangsheng knew that upon reaching transcendent rank, he had reached the peak of martial arts, all thanks to the state of perfection. After reaching the peak, he wonders how to become stronger and feels he knows the answer, as if the world whispered it to him. But enemies spot him. Angry demons appear, shouting that it's the master's territory and asking if he can flee, while promising to avenge their shame. Analyzing the situation, he realizes he must increase his value, as everything indicates that this is the path to becoming a constellation determined, even with attacks in the background. Johnson reflects on the exact value he needs to pursue to reach his goal. His new condition resonates strongly in the area as residents. The invincible avatar of training is now his true path. With a slight smile, he understands the requirement, because you must constantly train and fight, but cannot afford to lose a single battle. Looking at fallen enemies, Yansung thinks that this is exactly what he wanted, while the remaining demons comment, fearfully about his victory over Varagos. Thus he trained in the abyss, far from the constellations, and he feels his existential power growing, as well as gaining 2 new skills. With the first, subdue the strong and aid the weak. He defeats the powerful, protects the mighty, and increases presence when challenging greater forces. His second skill is self-conquest, also S rank, where those who conquer themselves are stronger, and presence increases when living according to the title. A self-conqueror dictates the rules, because he creates norms and becomes the rule itself, defining a constellation like the master of plague. Hearing others acting against his nature would decrease his presence, weakening him thus. Yansun understands the condition of fighting without losing. Finding the challenge interesting for its difficulty, he decides to accept it, and powerful energy starts emanating from his body. Suddenly, the protagonist feels a new presence approaching and asks, "There's another monster," for it feels like a very large one. Observing a great disturbance in the distance, the warrior hopes that the newcomer is stronger, representing a worthy challenge. From the sky, a gigantic shadow descends in front of the boy, while rocks fly everywhere. That imposing creature then lets out a deafening roar that echoes throughout the place. Yinsong looks a bit confused at the giant creature, but the warrior seems quite surprised at what he finally sees, revealing its full form. The creature is the giant stone serpent from before. Thus the protagonist recognizes his old friend Onyx. In front of Yinsong, the stone serpent roars loudly. Although he remains surprised to find Onyx unexpectedly approaching, the young man gently pets her head, and then comments quite depressed on how much Onyx has grown. Suddenly, the warrior's expression changes abruptly, as he notices something interesting behind the creature. With a very curious look behind the serpent, several other smaller vipers appear. Therefore, Yin Sung understands it to be Onyx's family and congratulates her. The stone creature emits a very distinct sound, while her expression seems to indicate some kind of urgent warning. To her friend, Yin Sung interprets her signal, because Onyx is asking him to flee as quickly as possible, due to the imminent danger approaching. At that moment, the ground ahead begins to shake intensely, as a huge crack opens in the surface. Pieces of rock are swallowed by the deep fissure. Moreover, the opening in the earth appears to have no visible end. Due to its immense depth, he quickly looks upward, and it is mentioned that Onyx and her relatives are colossal monsters, the size of entire metropolises. Even with her frightening magnitude, the warrior notices a crucial difference, because the aura that emerged belongs to another level. Emerging from the fissure, a truly titanic shadow appears, thus covering the stone family and Mion's son, beneath it revealing itself. An immense beast with multiple greenish heads emerges, representing a threat above S rank level for Earth. Feeling the magical energy emanating from it, the young man gets chills, since the strength of this creature undoubtedly surpasses that of Varagos. The protagonist wonders if that power belongs to a constellation, but soon discards the idea, because it hasn't reached that high level yet. Flooding above them, the entity reveals all its hideous faces, and he discovers it to be the legendary monster, known as the Terrible Hydra. For our boy, the observation of the entities was very uncomfortable, because some supported him, but most despised or were hostile toward him. Especially the Sovereign of Blood was furious, after all his first servant had been defeated by him in his own domain. To these entities, the young man was like an incomplete beast, so they tried to use any possible method to hinder his training. Because of this situation, he went to the neutral zone of the abyss, a territory free from their surveillance, though only the powerful prevail there. Suddenly, 2 faces of the beast fire greenish rays, demonstrating the real and constant danger of that new, hostile environment. Rock formations explode with the impact of the attacks, as the place is dominated by powerful creatures, similar to constellations. but without rules, observing a massive destruction. He notes the incredible magical power and realizes that the beast gives up precision, focusing on brute strength. Then an important warning appears, stating that subdue the strong, help the weak activates, and that if he wins, his gifts will be enhanced. Soon after, another ability manifests, because Auto-Conqueror is also active, and fighting will increase his total existential power. Yen Sung's energy shines strongly, while his resistance capacity. The avatar of training echoes with great intensity. One of the beast's faces stares at him intently, and a message confirms his fundamental identity as the invincible avatar of training. The system encourages him to live an existence worthy of his condition, while he thinks that his aptitudes naturally demand combat. Although his decision would be the same even without such requirements, he propels himself from Onyx's head, leaping toward the beast with a defiant shout. He declares his intent to fight while roaring for them to come at him, calling the creature a cursed viper. The beast seems to react with fury while Onyx watches from the side, and the protagonist has a sudden realization, because he forgot that she is his servant. In rage, our boy faces the gigantic enemy and yells, warning that she messed with his ally and relatives, and promises to make her regret it. One of the Hydra's faces roars with deep hatred, while commanding the warrior to perish immediately, calling him insignificant and weak trash. Surprised, he realizes the origin of the voice, since the creature was using mental communication to speak into his mind. The beast calls him a disgusting worm and promises to crush him, because its venom brings down constellations, along with its flaming breath, and demands his death. He feels the powerful killing intent filling the air, ominously radiating from the 9 furious faces of the giant creature. Any opponent would already be mentally paralyzed, because the telepathic coercion, combined with the murderous intent, was overwhelming. Ignoring the overwhelming mental pressure, a beam of blue energy cuts through the air as the beast attack comes toward him. However, he was already more than used to this type of nefarious aura, having faced similar battles in the Sovereign's territory before. One of the beast's faces shows clear surprise in its expression, because the monster did not expect him to endure the pressure so easily. With a quick and precise movement, he strikes one of the long necks, and his energy blade cuts through the flesh, making the creature scream in agony. Fighter lets out a brief sigh after the successful strike. However, his resolve to continue the battle did not diminish. From the struck, wound a blue force begins to gush profusely, while Onyx's stone relatives react with astonishment and some aggression enraged. The remaining faces scream a chorus of hatred, as the beast cannot believe that an inferior being dared to wound its supposedly immortal flesh. However, the wound on that neck begins to swell and twist as a new face emerges, thanks to regeneration. The beast acknowledges his strength for achieving such a considerable feat, but warns that he will pay dearly for the sin of damaging its structure. The entity boasts that no famous champion or hero has ever withstood its powerful venom throughout all of history. He is momentarily surprised and questions why the creature would reveal its next move through mental communication like that. The answer comes quickly as the beast reveals its evil plans, because it possesses enough power to do so without fear. A sinister green force emanates intensely from the creature, as it declares itself an untouchable sovereign, even for powerful entities, even announcing its next steps. The beast believes that mere adversaries like him can do nothing against its overwhelming and absolute might. 9-faced beast then announces the dark fate, reserved for all who dare to challenge it within its vast domain. According to the colossal creature, its opponents must simply accept the inevitable and swift end that it always imposes without any exception. Unexpectedly, one of the faces shows great astonishment in its expression, as something did not go as the titanic beast had planned. Soon after, a great explosion of blue force happens vigorously, making the creature's faces recoil in apparent agony and surprise. Floating enveloped in blue energy, he is completely unharmed, while the beast questions in disbelief how he survived its lethal venom. He reveals that the mental scream was intense, but that he only resisted the poison thanks to his ability. Unconquerable immunity, while the enemy insults him, however. He notices a different sensation in his flowing strength. That does not come solely from his usual capabilities, seeming almost like something additional. Driven by this mysterious new perception, he charges flying toward one of the beast's completely enraged faces. Blue force concentrates around the fighter in the air, as his desire to annihilate the creature's face seems about to be fulfilled. A relevant warning appears, speaking of residents of the universe, mentioning the invincible avatar, and informing that his existential power increases even more. He understands the situation better as a whole, because this must be what was written in the description of that enigmatic ability. With his gaze shining, he notes the clear distinction in power, as it is the effect of the newly acquired and potent existential power, concentrating his existential power. Yan Sun violently strikes one of the Hydra's massive heads. The warrior does not cease his advance, while skillfully dodging the desperate assaults of the giant monster. Attacking him, he's quite confident with his new gift. Therefore, he believes he can completely dominate the creature. At that moment, the struck area begins to heal. So Beyonce realizes he cannot finish the fight in the usual way. In fury and pain, one of the beast's faces lets out a deafening roar, reverberating throughout the surrounding environment. Observing the monster's rapid healing, the warrior promptly concludes that its regeneration is excessively fast for him. The beast prepares a venom breath attack, while Yin Sung immediately perceives the threat of the green energy emerging from it. The fighter recalls the previous confrontation, because his skill and vulnerable body failed against the powerful, magical energy of Virgos. He understands the gravity of the current situation, since this Hydra far surpasses the strength of that previously faced demon. Therefore, relying on the invulnerable body would be useless. So Johnson decides to use his celestial steps to gain speed. With the celestial steps active, the fighter runs with the breath attack, seeking to advance directly toward the giant beast within the torrent of dangerous energy. Yin Sung forces himself to accelerate his movements even further. The protagonist desperately increases his speed, because he believes that only a little more separates him from the final objective. His eyes focus intensely ahead, until something seems to catch his attention. Yin Sung was moving through the safe points within the attack, with the Hydra notice and fire blasts at those locations. Strangely, the speed of the breath slowed, as if time itself became slower, to assist the protagonist in accelerating. But it was impossible for the beast to control this, as it only wished to exterminate the warrior without any hesitation. Yun Sung Choi also did not possess any known skill capable of causing such a peculiar and sudden effect. This clearly meant that something very different was happening. At that moment, suddenly, a mysterious, bluish energy begins to clearly emanate from our protagonist entire body through this new, unknown force. The fighter now observes the giant beast from a completely different perspective. This power then concentrates and fires like a powerful blue ray toward the colossal monster. The energy blast hits one of the creature's faces directly, causing a small but significant blue explosion. Soon after, several other blasts strike the remaining faces, making the beast roar loudly in agony. Yin Sung lands on the ground, feeling the energy flow around him, and finally understands what is truly happening to himself is the same inexplicable force felt earlier, something that does not come from his martial arts or techniques. He knows this force does not enhance martial arts or magic, but it is a gift capable of altering reality itself. According to his strong will, he aligns reality with his intentions, because Yan Sung has learned to use his existential power, which alters everything according to his will. This is the existential power granted to those at the peak, being the same incredible force used by powerful constellations. In the Abyss, constellations use this force to mold the Abyss, thus creating their realms, and granting power to their most loyal and devoted subjects. With sufficient existential power, an entity could literally do anything it wished. without any real limitation. The Hydra becomes furious with the fighter and roars that it will never forgive him, promising to exterminate him at any cost necessary. With a roar, the beast strikes the ground with its paw, promising to crush Johnson and tear him apart mercilessly. The monster then charges at him, demonstrating all its pent-up fury against that very persistent human fighter. The beast possessed an immense spirit and iron will. Therefore, Johnson's existential power was not enough to subjugate it easily, but he questions whether he truly needs to. While the force begins concentrating once again in his hand, he realizes that the focus of his existential power is not the beast, directly as the real target is himself. Yin-sung Choi's ki strengthens. Imbue with his powerful and newly discovered existential power, this force then converts into a sharp blade, capable of cutting even the extremely resistant scales of the beast. The blade of blue force hits squarely, easily slicing through one of the monster's many resilient faces. The strike instantly severs one of the creature's faces from his body, causing a grievous wound. At the point of separation, a blue force begins to burn intensely, thus preventing the beast's notorious incredible regeneration. This is the definitive solution against immortal regeneration, and so the monster howls, desperately unable to believe what has happened. Yin-sung remembers that he must not lose his composure, as this is also part of his arduous training as a disciplined fighter. In the area where the face was severed from the body, the blue force continues to burn ceaselessly. In the open wound, the severed face falls heavily to the ground, while the beast has still not processed what happened to its once considered immortal body. In panic, the beast notices its regeneration interrupted and questions how a novice managed to achieve such a feat with such ease. Seeing the disadvantage, the faces decide to flee, planning to hide in a nearby cave until the healing is complete. One of the faces questions the idea of retreating, but the main one roars furiously that will not humiliate itself in such a cowardly way. The others fall into despair, howling that venom and flames are useless, and that they will die without being able to heal the wounds quickly. The main face feels completely outraged and declares that it has never experienced this in millennia of existence. Ignoring your internal argument, Johnson jumps into the air once more, while focusing his strength intensely. From above, a powerful beam of blue light descends rapidly, aiming directly at the beast's main body below. Thus, the concentrated force hits the target squarely, provoking an immense explosion of pure blue light on impact. Onyx's family watches everything attentively, with astonishment and admiration for the power demonstrated by Yan's son. Right there, the protagonist looks back as the smoke dissipates, bidding farewell to the defeated serpent, now lying motionless on the ground, with an expression on his face. The fighter seems quite satisfied as he considers a good battle fought. The system announces the effects of the confrontation, stating that his existential power has increased significantly, and that the universe now resonates more strongly with him. Based in the essence of the defeated beast, Yin-sung finally acquires the coveted skill, immortal regeneration of esteemed rank A. The system confirms the acquisition of immortal regeneration, detailing that his body will now recover continuously. Yin-sung reflects on the skills he once thought useless for a martial artist, but now possesses many. He thinks that a single skill would make him rank up on Earth. But that doesn't matter because he seeks to become a constellation. Turning around, the warrior notices Onyx's family approaching and feels relieved to see them alive. The leader, Onyx, stares at the fighter and asks if he looks very different now, after so much time. Johnson agrees that it's understandable after millennia, and notices that Onyx has also changed a lot, now even having a family. The little Onyxes seem excited by the interaction between their father and the powerful human near the Hydra. Yin-sung announces that he will dismantle it and asks if the stone family needs anything. The stone serpent trembles, remembering Yin-sung Choi's past actions, and seems fearful. The Hydra's corpse is still releasing toxins. Touching the remains is dangerous. Even during dismantling, ignoring the danger, Yin-sun begins slicing up the carcass, while Father Onyx asks the little ones to look away. The monster's parts are separated with precision, showing the fighter's skill even in this task. After some time, only the hydroskeleton remains, and the warrior comments that he has finished processing the creature, holding a giant piece of meat. Yin-sang realizes it's too big to carry, so he'll have to eat everything right there. Unexpectedly, Onyx approaches, offering something, and the fighter wonders if the serpent wants him to take the item. The stone serpent offers a necklace. Yin-sung asks if it a thank you for saving his family. A notification pops up, informing him that he has obtained the artifact, Dimensional Pocket Necklace. While holding the object surprise, the protagonist analyzes the shining item, asking if the name is really Dimensional Pocket Necklace. The artifact activates, opening a purple portal that starts sucking nearby items into a space. Johnson is impressed to realize that he can easily store all the Hydra's meat inside it. The system details the use of the Hydra's bones for rare items, and weapons, and its leather for armor. All the beast's valuable materials are stored in the dimensional necklace, ready to be processed later satisfied. He grabs his cauldron full of golden ores, realizing that he can also store everything inside. Yin-song tells Onyx that he gathered adamantium and stores the acquired piece, but doesn't know how to process it. He jokes that if he could melt the metal, he would make a frying pan and a cutting board. Once again, the stone serpent approaches, offering another item to the attentive fighter. Onyx delivers a purple crystal that was in its mouth, so Beyonce asks if he found it. By eating stones holding the gem, he understands that following the path to becoming a constellation allows him to see messages and power. The protagonist realizes that understanding the use of the necklace wasn't luck or simple, sharp intuition. It was because, as it being at the pinnacle of existence with existential power, he could not hear the very words of the world. The system shows the description of orichalcum, a metal that releases a great amount of pure magic. Yin-sung understands that orichalcum is sharp, adamantium is resistant, and both absorb magic. He plans to use orichalcum for utensils, and the tough adamantium for a frying pan and cutting board. Observing the warrior, the Onyx family comments among themselves, finding the human a bit crazy, but a good person deep down. The starry night hovers over the rocky terrain, creating a calm atmosphere. After the intense battle, Yin-sung holds the dimensional pocket necklace, reflecting that even a storage artifact must have its limitations. Seeing the remaining Hydra meat, he decides to eat the rest right there, leaving Onyx shocked, smiling. The protagonist tries to calm the stone serpent, telling it not to worry. Then he offers a bit of the meat to Onyx, who immediately recoils in total panic. The text explains that managing the demonic for millennia elevated his culinary skills. However, even for him, this ingredient would be very difficult to prepare, requiring total attention. The meat was from a being that challenged a constellation, an ingredient never seen in the sovereign's domain. Abyss monsters grant power to those who eat them, but without preparation, the meat becomes dangerous poison. Despite the challenge, Johnson Choi does not back down, determined to face any obstacle. For him, dealing with difficult ingredients is part of his constant training. Using his blue force, he offers the prepared meat to Onyx, saying that it needs to recover strength after having offspring. He explains that he prepared it raw in case it doesn't like it cooked, insisting that it should eat to rehabilitate, since Onyx thinks it eats stones. With a firm but warm voice, Yin-sung shows his superior strength, slightly intimidating Onyx, who sees him as a savior. The serpent that fled from the Hydra cannot escape the frightening meat offered by the insistent warrior. Hesitantly, the stone creature lowers its head toward the special meat, prepared by Yin-sung upon taking a bite. A sinister green aura surrounds the meat, but soon disappears suddenly. A golden glow envelopes Onyx, who seems revitalized and much stronger than before. Satisfied, he says he heard that big snakes get reinvigorated, and Onyx calls his family to try it. Confused, the stone family stares at the human, while leader Onyx asks how there was no poison in the Hydra's meat. Mentally, as the chef of the Abyss, he explains that he removed the poison because he would never give dangerous food to a friend. The Onyx family remains silent, completely impressed by the fighter's skill and consideration. The system informs that the giant serpent and family now trust and revere him, leaving him surprised. A golden aura envelopes him and a message appears. His number of followers as a constellation has increased. Energy intensifies, and the system confirms his strength as a constellation. His existential power has increased. With followers, Yin Zhongchue finally understands why constellations want followers and their interest in Earth. Now he understands why they covered Earth. Billions of followers are a huge prize. Existential power would turn the tide in the abyss. Knowing this, he realizes he must return home quickly, determined to get back before the goddess of prophecy. Sitting on the ground, Yen Sung wonders if something went wrong with them. One of Onyx's hatchlings eats a piece of meat, making a curious sound seeing this scene. The protagonist wears a thoughtful expression without saying anything. Noticing a glow on Onyx, the fighter questions whether his body swelled too much or if something didn't sit well. Looking at the meat in the cauldron, he compares it to giving chocolate to dogs or scallion to cats thus. He asks if Hydra meat is bad for stone serpents, but Onyx desperately denies it. Seeing the reaction, the fighter tells the serpent to eat everything. Then, although spending time with friends was fun, Yan Sun Choi could not stop his journey there. This determination and consistency were why the goddess chose him for this mission. Seeing Onyx's reaction, he asks if the creature is saying that something exists in that territory. His expression turns serious and determined, ready for whatever lies ahead. Looking at the rocky wall, he asked the serpent what it drew there with Onyx. A vocal answer, the fighter then asks if it would be a demon. The creature confirms with sounds, pointing out that it's dangerous, especially the face of the drawing. Even with Onyx's insistence, the fighter admits he has no idea what he's trying to say. Decided, he leaps for the energy, thinking that a dangerous demon awaits him. While floating, he reflects if there could really be a dangerous demon for him at this point. Having fought so many in the Dominator's territory, that would mean there's a demon stronger than Borrego's and the Hydra in that territory. And so his skill resonates with the universe. Instead of fear, the thought of a greater challenge actually excites him. While traversing the space, a notification appears. He has entered the territory of the constellation of dreams and greed. Upon arriving, another message pops up. Nearby constellations have started keeping an eye on him. He barely lands, and the system informs that the servants of the constellation of dreams and greed are aware of him and approaching. Surprised by the immediate reception, he wonders if they are coming to meet him. Leading the group, a winged figure asks if he is the invincible avatar of training, and Yin Sun confirms the servant, then opens her arms, welcoming him as a constellation. The figure has a distinct appearance, horns and dark feathered wings. She then reveals the reason for the approach. Her mistress wishes to meet him personally. A notification appears. The nightmare incubus is using soul enchantment, but the inner strength of the divine, celestial technique blocks it. Yi and Sung finds the greeting rude, and the servants apologize, saying they can't control it. Denies being a constellation yet, and the servants thought their weak skills wouldn't work on him anyway. A servant believes he will soon become a constellation, and Yun Sun finds that kind and asks about refusing the invitation. She guarantees that the meeting will bring no negative effects of. Yin Sung wonders what they want and finally agrees to meet them. As they walk, the fighter asks if the servant has ever heard of Earth, a world outside the abyss. And the creature seems to recognize the name thoughtfully. The wind creature comments that she remembers an old rumor about nearby constellations, arguing after coming out of portals there. Surprised, the fighter asks for more details, startling the servant, who admits she only heard a rumor and knows nothing more about the matter. The servant then suggests that her mistress might know more, and asks if the human has any interest in Earth, receiving a confirmation. Excited, the entity comments about the large number of souls there, which would help the Onsen, but he denies that intention. Leaving her confused, the warrior reveals his true plan, stating that he intends to prevent other constellations from controlling his home world. Shocked, the servant praises him, commenting that besides being powerful, He also proves to be quite honorable for having such a goal. The protagonist reflects that despite the name nightmares, they seem to be rather gentle and harmless demons, even without fully controlling their techniques. Suddenly, a smaller demon with red hair appears, screaming, madly begging for Yin Song's desire system. Notifications appear, informing that the succubus is using soul enchantment and the divine celestial technique, leaving the warrior somewhat surprised. The other servants need to restrain the frantic creature that screams to be freed, wanting to consume the pure and sweet desire of the human present. The creature identifies his desire as incessant training and strength, almost going mad for a taste. The leader reprimands her. Threatening to seal her, the fighter asks what that was all about, and the servant explains a bit awkwardly that their nightmares are weak in the face of strong desires. The human asks if they feed on the desires of others, receiving confirmation, and he reflects that his desire must not be edible. However, the servant stares at him, trembling slightly as if hypnotized, beginning to describe his desire. She describes the direct and pure desire for training as something fragrant and sweet, incredibly attractive to her nature. The protagonist remains silent, processing this unexpected and somewhat bizarre description of his primary focus in life. The creature regains composure and assures she has control, asking for his trust since she is favored by her mistress, and he agrees before a classic building. She announces the residence of the constellation of dreams and greed, where the mistress awaits. A warrior asks if she will accompany him, but the surprised servant refuses, saying that an insignificant being like her would not participate. He reminds her that he is not yet a true constellation, and since she guided him, insists that she should come in as well, and tells her to go ahead. The creature becomes visibly emotional, covering her mouth and calling him Lord Constellation. Touched by his attitude, ready with happiness, she guides him inside, commenting that it's the first time someone has considered her that way. Following the creature, the protagonist has a strategic thought. Maybe if the situation gets complicated, he will need to act. He considers using the servant as a shield, as it would be bad to lose someone favored, and the enemy would gain a power advantage in their territory. Despite preparing for anything, the warrior cannot shake a feeling of apprehension because his title was not ordinary. However, upon crossing the glowing passage, he shows clear confusion at what he sees on the other side. The place is empty and bright. He feels as if he just woke up and notices the servant unconscious on the floor. Asking what happened, she, unconscious, seems to murmur in dreams about how the warrior's desire is incredibly sweet. A voice says that his servant dreams of devouring Yang Zhong's desire, and the warrior wonders if it's the constellation of dreams and greed. Entity confirms it is who he thinks, and the surprised protagonist sees only a small girl in a white dress. Before him, a small constellation with purple eyes stares at him and calls him a star because he stirred the abyss, and she wanted to meet him. Small constellation says that he must be the entity that caused a stir in the abyss, and she wanted to know him. Yin Sung corrects the girl, saying he is not yet a constellation and is far from it. The firm know the entity disagrees with his statement. The entity explains that by deciding to follow the path, he already is a constellation, because the things he can do are the same. Smiling, she asks if he can also use his existential powers. The warrior thinks that the mistress of nightmares looks like a child. Young Sum, Joy, begins to recall the moment he entered the constellation's residence. He seems a little dazed by the current situation. The fighter wonders if he hasn't had enough already. After 10,000 years wandering the abyss, he mastered the divine celestial technique and reached the highest rank, achieving the pinnacle of martial arts. The warrior wonders if he really needs to become a constellation and decides to embrace this peace in his enlightenment. This peace he feels at the moment leaves him thoughtful. He questions why the territory tries to enter his mind with temptations, and the girl replies that's how dreams and desires are. The entity says that everyone who enters there gains satisfaction and peace, making it hard to resist unless one is a constellation. She states that he simply has not awakened himself, and the warrior questions what that means. Smiling, the small entity says He must be wondering what he is. She warns that she won't explain in detail. So the fighter asks if she wants something from him. The girl says she can explain everything, but only if he agrees to form an alliance with them. Surprise. Yinsong comments that he never thought she would ask for an alliance, as he believed constellations to be selfish. Laughing, the girl confirms that constellations are selfish beings, but have no choice but to act that way. The entity explains that selfishness does not always lead to isolation and destruction. It can also lead to forming alliances. The warrior understands and asks if she thinks she would benefit from an alliance. And she confirms that the life of a constellation is not easy. If a constellation shows weakness, the stronger ones attack immediately and to survive. The weaker ones need reliable alliances. For some constellations, the mindset of survival of the fittest is not the most favorable future. The destruction caused by power-hungry constellations generates misery, where there are no temptations for the nightmares to feed on. The fighter suggests expanding territories or bringing slaves, and she comments that this would be a temptation-farmed deadly idea. Confused, the warrior asks what she means by that, mentioning his title. The girl says that constellations cannot enjoy the luxury of freedom. Like mortals, just as defeat is not permitted for him. She cannot get involved outside her territory without risking loss of power and weakening. She needs to provide complex desires to the nightmares, not the simple ones of fear, but those that leak from worlds full of change and ambition. The entity explains, she is the goddess of nightmares and thus cannot alter reality. The warrior comments that she cannot live without others, and the little girl adds, saying she is like a parasite. A bit awkwardly, the fighter corrects himself, saying he just found her situation strange, and she laughs. Yinsong asks if basically she wants to form an alliance with weaker and less greedy constellations, and she confirms. The fighter questions if she hasn't revealed too much weakness, and asks what would happen if you were greedy or hostile. The girl admits that might be the case, but thought he would be better than the other constellations. Her judgment was based on his dreams and desires, and revealing that risk hostility. So he finds her too careless for the abyss. The constellation could see a massive desire coming from Yun Song Choi, but it was not for conquest or power. All the entities saw were 1,000 punches of the celestial technique per day and an infinite desire for training. Before this revelation, the small constellation remains simply thoughtful, without saying anything. The warrior comments that she seems trustworthy, but needs to ask a few more things, and she tells him to ask whatever he wants. He then questions what he would need to do if you form an alliance, and if you would have any responsibility. The little entity is completely surprised by the warrior's question. The fighter explains he has things to do, so maybe you won't be able to help much. And the girl starts laughing at him. She says she has never seen a constellation like him, who worries about responsibilities before the benefits of an alliance. As long as other constellations do not attack the alliance, he will have nothing to do, because there is no sense in unnecessary responsibilities. Holding a small bird, she says that if he has things to do, he can go ahead, because the battle between constellations lasts an eternity. The little creature lands on her finger while she says that no matter where he is, he will be able to provide help anytime. The bird then flies away under the warrior's attentive gaze, seeing that he understood. The constellation simply says all right. Then Yansun finally accepts the alliance by shaking the girl's hand, and she celebrates, saying it's a great choice. The fighter thinks he is just a rookie constellation, and that more dangerous ones might use their experience to threaten him. But he has a plan. He thinks that forming an alliance is better than staying alone, and that maybe it will help him find a way back to Earth. A notification appears, informing that he has entered the association of minor constellations. Leaving him confused, then a warning about promises appears. The warrior then questions why the name of the alliance is that, upon seeing a sign being carried by some old man. The girl asks if it's not a good name approaching him, and the fighter nervously agrees. He wonders if they're being serious, because it's been a long time since he had a social life. While the warning about promises remains gesturing, he denies it, saying he truly found a good name from the bottom of his heart, and the girl asks if it's true. Suddenly, a great vortex of flaming energy appears before the two. A notification says that the cat of lava and magma waves in welcome, leaving the warrior in shock. The entity criticizes his choice of alliance and says it would treat him better as its servant. Confused, the fighter notices a flaming figure. The fire then reveals its form looking like a cat, and the warrior finds the appearance of that floating spiritual energy. Strange, the lava and magma cat waves its front paw as a welcoming gesture to the warrior. The entity says it would treat him better if he became its servant, and calls Yan Sung stupid for joining the weak alliance. Then he remembers Johnson, asks if they have talked before, and wonders if the cat is also part of the minor constellations. Alliance, the fighter finds it odd that the cat is using telepathy, even while being right in front of him. But the girl laughs at that. She explains that constellations usually don't leave their territory, so this is a virtual meeting between them. Johnson understands it's like an online meeting on Earth, and asks if the other allied constellations also meet this way. The warrior then thoughtfully repeats the other ally constellations. He wears a serious expression, seeming to have realized something important about the situation. Young Sun then questions if in reality it's just the two of them in the alliance, leaving the girl and the cat embarrassed. Flaming Cat gets annoyed, asking what's wrong with that, and threatening not to give the present I had prepared for him. The feline entity says it heard that Jansen collected adamantium and orichalcum, and offers to create items with the materials. The Master of Nightmares reveals that the cat is a famous constellation blacksmith in the abyss. Surprising the fighter, she says the cat promised to make a weapon as a gift if Yin Sung joined the alliance, and the cat grumbles at her comment. Yin Sung says he hadn't thought about receiving a gift when joining the alliance, and the girl seems impressed. The lava and magma cat tilts its head, confused, and asks if the goddess of dreams and greed didn't give him a gift. Then the girl comments that the proposal went more smoothly than she thought, because he accepted even before she mentioned gifts, and the cat laughs. The warrior remembers he can leave the alliance at any time, so the cat tries to cover it up, saying it was just a joke. The small entity explains that constellations are selfish, so she prepared some things that might interest him. Holding an energy sphere, she welcomes Yan Sung Choi to the Minor Constellations Alliance. Once again, a notification informs him that he obtained a rank martial arts scroll for absorption, and also some orichalcum ingots. Yan-sun explains that the technique is almost like energy drain magic, and the girl agrees it will be useful for him. She reveals that the absorption technique originally came from nightmares, but none of them really mastered it. So he asks why the entity explains that. If someone is not as talented in martial artist as he is, it's better to learn regular magic. The girl was impressed by the amount of materials he collected since he was mortal, and asked how long it took. Yin Sung estimates it was about 10,000 years, but admits he stopped counting a long time ago. The small constellation comments that it seems he liked the gift, and the fighter confirms thanking her, because now he can create what he wanted. The lava and magma cat enthusiastically asks what equipment Yan Sun would like it to make with that amount of material. It claims it can create great swords or shields, confident in making any desired design. The flaming entity suggests that he make an adamantine shield, and also a sword made of orichalcum, but Yun Sung refuses, saying that's not the kind of equipment he wants to have. Yun Sung stares at the flaming figure, and reveals he wants cooking utensils. The fire entity asks for a serious answer, while the fighter details the kitchen items he wants. The warrior then insists he is being completely serious to the flaming creature. He explains that his dream hasn't changed since he obtained adamantine, and he wants the strongest utensils in the abyss. Faced with the response, the lava and magma entity simply stares at the fighter in silence. Suddenly, the flaming form of the cat begins to rise. Strangely, the notification says it has no response and seems dead. So the warrior calls out, "Try to understand carefully." The flaming entity whispers for Yan-sun to go to hell. Calling him a hipster, the cat complains but starts working, while the girl says a promise is a promise, and Yin-sun feels guilty smiling. The small entity says that as promised. She will answer his question about what awakening is. The fighter states he is just a novice, who has just entered the path to becoming a constellation. He remembers that after defeating Virgos and reaching the transcendent rank, he saw a message from the universe. That message said that the universe's resonance was becoming stronger and that the world awaited his call. Yin Sung also remembers Virgo's last words, asking him to become a human constellation. He concludes that he is still a strong human, needing something more to become a constellation. But the girl disagrees. A small entity confidently states that he already is a constellation, leaving the warrior confused. Then the girl explains that there are no novices or apprentices, only constellations, and Yansum questions about awakening. The entity clarifies that she meant he has not yet been enlightened about his own existence, because he still sees himself as a novice. Our warrior becomes even more confused, not understanding what she means by that. The girl says she understands where he is coming from, because he is a unique existence, even among constellations. Agitated yawn. Some questions whether it is because he is a martial artist or because he does not use magic, but she says it is neither. Touching his nose, she explains that what she meant is that it is very rare for a mortal to become a constellation. The fighter questions whether she was also a nightmare before, and the girl confirms what he was thinking. She explains that she became a constellation out of nowhere, being the physical form of dreams and desires emitted by the nightmares. The girl reveals that she is the physical form of the constellation, of dreams and desires coming from that existential power. She says that it is the case for most, like the dominator of blood and war and the lava cat, both of whom emerged out of nowhere. The entity whose very existence is being a constellation is surprised and frustrated that he cannot accept himself. The warrior asks what awakening means, and the girl responds that there is no big secret to it. Small entity simply says he just needs to accept himself as the constellation he already is. Yen Sung questions the simplicity, and she asks if he has not already passed the hardest tests of the path, observing the environment. The warrior calmly closes his eyes, thinking a little about the situation. Exhaling, the onsen finally accepts his condition and declares to himself that he is now a constellation. Opening his eyes, an intense blue energy explodes from his body. As he embraces his newly accepted power, notification appears, informing that the resonance of the universe is active, and the world accepts his call. Another message confirms him as the constellation, invincible avatar of training, allowing him to use his authorities. A small constellation shields her eyes from the intense light, thinking that it is an impressive sight. The text reveals the birth of a new star in the abyss, as Yin Sung shows his new form with long white hair. Hosting long white hair and glowing blue eyes, he faces everything with the calm of a powerful expression. A cosmic message announces the birth of a new star in the darkest depths of the abyss. Then a great explosion echoes through the place, marking the event. Suddenly Arnie appears, flying with her wings and wielding her twin spears. The girl's servant faces a giant sea creature, emerging from the purple clouds. She quickly advances and attacks the creature's glowing eye with her spear. The attack seems to have no effect, leaving Arnie surprised at not being able to wound the monster. A notification appears stating that the invincible avatar of training is observing Arnie's battle. The message changes, informing that the avatar offers a blessing to the winged being, who is shocked that being thanks to great constellation, promising to repay the debt someday. The monster seems to understand how to act, feeling as if it already knew, but finding the sensation strange. Yin Sung realizes he can give blessings and send messages, but the girl questions his action toward her servant. The warrior apologizes, and the entity says is okay since they are allies, but asks him to be careful with a hand on his face. Yansam thinks that he really should have reflected before acting. The girl reminds him that servants are tied to the existence and authority of a constellation, and it is an offense to interfere. He thinks that he could have figured that out himself if he had just stopped to reflect a little. The fighter lemons. not knowing he was already a constellation and therefore doing things. Trying to become one, Yin Sung reflects that even lost in the abyss, he confused everything with the goddess's tests. He even thought the mana storm was some kind of convenient transport, or another test looking at the girl. He admits that he saw every opportunity only as training, a small entity. Reminds him that the vision of a constellation is not limited, so Yinsen denies having servants. Suddenly he thinks of Onyx. The warrior observes the creature saying, "It seems to be fine," and the girl suggests using his power. She explains that the existential power used can recover, being like mana in game, so there's no need to spare it. Using authorities, constellations make use of their servants as scout units to explore the abyss. Allies also use their partners to better understand the infinite abyss by sharing their visions. The girl confirms that because they are allies, she's already shared her vision with him. Yin Sung notices a place he cannot see even with the shared vision, and she explains. The small entity reveals that she hit the place where she imprisoned the nightmares because it was embarrassing. The reason for sending Arnie is that he controls his desires well, unlike her other servants. Seeing the images of the other nightmares, Johnson understands the point of the Master of Nightmares. The small entity asks if Johnson has any more questions. The warrior responds that he does not for now, thanking her for the knowledge. But the Master of Nightmares comments that it is refreshing to see a constellation that truly knows how to express gratitude. Unlike the others, she mourns that as a beginner constellation, you must be careful with confrontations, because battles are decided by servants and existential power. It is explained that there is always something greater, and Yinsuan's current position is only the starting point in the abyss of constellations. Turning to the girl, the warrior asks if, by any chance, she knows anything about a planet called Earth. A small constellation replies that she has heard the name before, questioning if it was not a planet located outside the abyss. The girl reveals it is a planet with a large number of souls, so she heard that important constellations were waiting by the gates. The fighter reveals that he came from there, leaving the entity surprised, as she realizes that the gate between the planet and the abyss has already opened. The Master of Nightmares assumes there must have been chaos on Earth, but Yin Sung denies it, saying that fortunately it was not that bad. Thanks to her, Yin Sung now understands the situation. Because the constellations, they were waiting for the right moment instead of fighting blindly. That is because if they used their powers carelessly, while competing for it, they could easily attract unwanted attention. Another constellation could emerge to subjugate those already fighting, taking the planet Earth for itself in the process. Therefore, instead of fighting among themselves, they seek to increase their followers. And the girl comments that he was lucky with the entities near him. If it had been an evil or aggressive constellation, it probably would have tried to force him into submission, using brute strength. The warrior questions if they would really do that, despite the risks involved. And the girl confirms that yes. Without any doubt, our boy expresses relief that it was not his case, because it would have been bad to leave his home to an unknown entity. The warrior closes his eyes, seeming to ponder all the new information he just received from the Master of Nightmares. The fighter's thoughtful reaction leaves the small entity in the lava, and Magma Cat a little confused, not understanding why suddenly. An intense blue energy begins to manifest in the bandaged hand of the newly awakened one. This energy explodes around him as his long white hair shortens, turning to the length it had before, while the Master of Nightmares and the blacksmith cat observe in silence. The remnants of the blue energy slowly dissipate. It is explained that the hair grew so quickly when he accepted himself as a constellation, because the change in authority reflected in his appearance. She then asks if he has already decided whether to return to Earth, no matter the circumstances, or if he has changed his mind. With that, the warrior responds with a firm no, questioning if she forgot what his mortal version was like before all this happened, and giving a slight smile. He explains the reason for the sudden change. Because long hair eventually becomes an obstacle in his training. The Master of Nightmares asks if she can give him some advice about his return to Earth, and the warrior gladly accepts the warning, continuing her reasoning. She comments that if a gate to Earth is opened, the nearby constellations are observing attentively. The small entity thinks it would not be a good idea for him to reveal his identity as a constellation there. Just yet the reason is that even the constellations considered kind would become very watchful of his presence on the planet. She explains that the entities on Earth are stronger, and none of them would stand idly by, watching him steal the souls they have already secured. The warrior asks if he should hide his identity, and the girl confirms, also asking him not to use his existential power. The Master of Nightmares advises him to blend in with normal humans and increase his followers in a safe and discreet manner. That way the souls will accept his blessings, and the other constellations will only realize his influence when it is too late. Thoughtfully, the warrior reflects on this, and the girl asks if something is bothering him. So he says he never thought about becoming famous. The fighter then realizes that was not what she was talking about, and wonders if becoming a monster-hunting hero would be enough. Reflecting, he remembers that famous hunters like Li Xiaowen also have fans, like celebrities, something he had forgotten. Changing the subject, the warrior comments that there's a constellation on Earth. Who knows about him? And the girl asks who she is. The Master of Nightmares thinks to herself, that would be good to recruit her, because strengthening their alliance would bring no harm. She questions if this constellation is trustworthy and how he met her, but Yinsheng says it is a long story. The fighter then tries to briefly explain how he ended up in the abyss, after meeting the virtuous goddess of scales on Earth. While the Master of Nightmares listens attentively, he strives to keep the explanation as simple as he can. The warrior tries to simplify everything, both for the reputation of the goddess of scales and for his own dignity as well. He briefly mentions the initial encounter in the Manastorm that brought him to the abyss, affecting his reputation. Even so, the girl finds the whole story quite nonsensical. Realizing that Johnson's attempt to embellish the facts failed, she confirms having heard of her, and thinks that even if she seems a bit absent-minded, maybe she had a plan, since seeing the future is rare. The Master of Megmirs heard that this goddess always complicates herself by misinterpreting her own prophecies, leaving Yan Sung surprised. The warrior thinks that predicting the future must be difficult, and questions whether accepting someone who cannot use this ability would help the alliance at that moment. The Lava and Magma Cat appears, saying they cannot be too picky about allies, and the invincible Avatar agrees with the feline. He argues that, since she fights against evil and does not cooperate with others, she must be good enough for the alliance. But the girl disagrees. A small entity thinks the goddess is a bit silly, but Blacksmith Cat suggests that if she shares her visions, they can help understand them. Then the Master of Nightmares asks the invincible Avatar of Training to invite the goddess to the alliance when he returns to Earth. The warrior agrees, but first needs to figure out how to contact her. So he asked if the two know where the goddess might be located. The girl has only heard her name, while the cat questions how he would know the location of such an insignificant constellation. Yin Song has awakened as a constellation in forming alliance, but he has still made no real progress in returning to his planet. He decides he will have to search for her, personally using the goddess as a clue, since the closer he is to Earth, the more likely he is to find her. Across the purple sky, we see two winged creatures flying while the meeting sharp cries. Yin Song turns to Arnie and says he heard that the servant was looking for him, the servant of the Master of Nightmares. Then asks if Yin Song was not planning to return to Earth immediately. Warrior explains that he needs to stay because the Lava and Magma Cat is currently making his equipment. Arnie is amazed, commenting that they are precious minerals that must have taken a long time to gather. The Blacksmith Cat seems to get a little emotional with Arnie's compliment about his work. With a smile, Yinsen confirms, saying that there will be equipment that will fulfill his long-standing wishes. Arnie then asks where he should guide the invincible Avatar of Training now, but the warrior replies that he already has a place in mind to go. The Yin Sung mentions hearing about a place called the Fountain of Enlightenment nearby, since he has to wait for the Blacksmith Cat. He decides he might as well undergo special training there. Arnie laughs a little and comments that Yin Sung is truly the master of training, As they walk, Arnie explains that many nightmares used that place in the past, but now it is forbidden upon reaching a well. Yin Sung asks why it was forbidden, and Arnie answers that it's very dangerous. He reveals that the place is the well of enlightenment, and that the training is simple. Just drink the water, however. He warns that if it were only that, the constellation would not have sealed the place. The servant explains that the stronger the person's desires, who draws the water, the heavier it becomes. Yin Sung starts pulling the rope, but feels an enormous resistance, almost pulling him inside. The warrior grits his teeth, while exerting tremendous force to pull the bucket. As he pulls, the well begins to show illusions, trying to exploit his deepest desires. The illusion asks if he does not miss his old gym, or returning to Earth. The well shows images of ramen food, fantasy books, and even a superhero movie. Suddenly, a female hand touches Johnson's hand that is pulling the rope strongly. The illusion of an old girlfriend appears, saying they can be together again, gripping the rope even tighter. Young Sun bravely resists the temptations of the well, observing from a distance. The master of nightmares comments that the well awakens and amplifies desires. The blacksmith cat wonders if the master of training will be okay, but the girl seems confident. The small entity smiles curiously, imagining what kind of illusions he is facing now. Yan Sun plants his foot on the edge of the well, using all his strength to pull up the bucket. He finally manages to lift the bucket, but falls to the ground completely exhausted from the effort. Master of Nightmares and the blacksmith cat are left speechless, looking at the scene in total disbelief. The warrior then begins to exercise, counting 1, 2, 3, 4 to strengthen his muscles. His obsession with training is so intense that it explains how he ended up becoming a constellation. A small entity sighs when she hears that he will do 5 more sets, and the cat grumbles, thinking it is an exaggeration. The small entity explains that pulling the water test desires, and the difficulty increases proportionally. Arnie calls out to Yin Sung worriedly, because many nightmares would have gone insane. With such heavy training, the warrior replies that is fine, since it had been a long time since he found such a good training machine. Normally the bucket would become too heavy, but Yang San thinks his desires are still kind of weak. The well shows him a superhero movie in raiment, but he ignores it because he needs to stick to his training diet. Another illusion appears, showing his old girlfriend, suggesting they could get back together. The warrior denies the illusion, because he has morals and knows that even if they got back together, the same things would happen again. He calls the desires weak and says the well is just a squat machine. The master of nightmares watches and comments that, as a constellation of dreams, she knows no one lives without desires. She thinks that, in fact, constellations are weaker against desires and wonders. How he holds himself back. The girl notices that he has a strong foundation, not only in battle perhaps, because he was immortal before, spending the whole day training strength at the well. He alternates between an empty mind for lightweight and focus for heavyweight. The rest of the time, he uses to train combat with Arnie. That's refining his battle techniques. The master approaches thinking he would be impatient, but Yin Sung says there is no reason to rush. Then the entity says that he has strength and can increase followers and create a kingdom. But he questions about followers. The girl confirms by talking about creating servants, reminding him that he is the avatar of training after all. The fighter admits having trouble taking care of himself, but the master praises Arnie's progress. We see the lava and magma cat lying on the ground, seemingly deciding never to do something like that again. The blacksmith cat then shouts for Yin Song to hurry and collect the products that are already finished. Yin Song looks surprised, and the master comments that his days of carefree training are over. Kitchen utensils made of or calcum by the famous blacksmith cat, with all this power, are revealed. He admires the knife, saying it is incredible, able to cut any ingredient or even be used as a weapon. The warrior then tells them to take a look, while the master and the cat seem confused by his action. With a quick movement of the knife, a huge explosion of bluish energy bursts from the utensil. The master and the cat are caught off guard by the explosion of power, and girl asks what he is doing. He apologizes, saying he just wanted to test it a little, and the master warns him to be careful with the knife. After checking the orichalcum utensils, the master says they are ready for action, and to see the adamantine ones, the warrior turns his face, seeming to prepare to analyze the next items. Created by the blacksmith cat, the fighter says he will gather a little of his inner strength, while blue energy surges into his fist. With the gathered energy, he propels himself upward, creating a great shock wave with the movement. The master of make mirrors and the blacksmith cat look impressed, as Yen Sung seriously observes the result of the test. The golden utensils shine intensely, and the warrior comments that they are amazing for not having a single visible scratch. The blacksmith cat proudly boasts that these tools are stronger than any magic defense item. Yen Sung holds the pot, and the cat complains that the size is the customer's fault for not giving him enough ingredients. However, the fighter smiles, saying the size is more than enough, and thanks the blacksmith cat very much for the excellent work. Thus, Yen Jin Chao's small break in the world of nightmares came to an end, and he now follows his path as a constellation. The Mechers ask him to visit the Dominator Kingdom again, shouting that they will be waiting for him. One of the creatures cries, saying it wanted to eat another bowl of the delicious rice soup made by the constellation present there. Everyone shouts for rice soup, and the narrator questions why the invincible avatar became known as the Avatar of Rice Soup. He explains that he tried using the new kitchen utensils he received and made a rice soup with hydra meat for everyone. The master of Mike Myers, along with Arnie and the cat, looks surprised, questioning if he really used hydra meat in the recipe. The fighter asks Arnie to bring the Megmirs because he made enough food for everyone present. The girl warns Arnie to run away if he can't handle it, since Hydra skin is full of poison and there's no need to risk it, before she can finish her sentence. The master of Megmirs calls out to Arnie, who is already eating the soup calmly without any problems. Arnie exclaims that it is amazing, feeling his insides warm up and his abilities increase. Besides the flavor being simply great, the other nightmares also want the soup and start a small battle that was only controlled with the warrior's intervention. Thanks to the nightmares, he trained his cooking skills and increased his existential power, but he feels sorry for the master there. He thinks that ruling a kingdom as a constellation must be quite demanding, and notices a message from another entity in the system. The Cardinal of Play in Darkness expresses his disgust that Yan Sun entered his territory, leaving the warrior irritated by this. Looking at the gloomy landscape, he questions if that is the Cardinal's territory, and notices it reflects his individuality. Well decided, he resolves to use a bit of his existential power so that the scary entity won't bother him anymore. During the journey, a message appears saying he is hiding his presence from the world, becoming free from the sight of other constellations nearby. He smiles, feeling everything become more peaceful and quiet, realizing he couldn't do this before because of the constant messages he received. Meanwhile, the Cardinal of Plague and Darkness orders all his servants to find the invincible avatar of training. Immediately, however, he forbids his servants from confronting him even after finding him, as it would be too dangerous for them to try fighting. The entity warns that none of them can handle a warrior and instructs them not to use brute force, but wisdom to approach him. Little does the Cardinal know that the invincible avatar of training is already aware of his hostile presence nearby. At that moment, a skeletal servant appears, saying that Yin Sung has invaded his master's territory, which is an unforgivable disrespect to them. The skeleton then proposes that the warrior become a servant of his master, saying he would be welcome in the Cardinal's Legion. Concluding, he states that his master will let all of Yin Sung's past disrespectful actions go unpunished if he accepts. The protagonist chuckles, noticing their reaction and comments about what a generous consolation they have there with him. Suddenly a skeleton appears, inviting the protagonist to become the avatar of his master. The skeleton says that if Yinsen accepts, he will be forgiven and welcome as a valuable subordinate. With an ironic smile, the warrior thinks about how they seem to be a truly kind constellation. The skeleton out of our plans to deceive the protagonist, thinking that he hasn't noticed their intentions. Pointing his spear, He threatens the master of training if he refuses the offer made. The servant tells the warrior to lose hope, because his master will personally deal with him. Covering his nose, Yeonsam complains about the rotten smell and demands the master of training to show himself. The Avanar urges him to quickly swear allegiance. While our protagonist seems confused, the fighter shouts for the banner-bearer of plague and darkness to stop hiding and show himself. Our boy narrows his eyes and questions why the avatar is still standing there in front of him. Trembling, the skeleton is left speechless. So Yin Sung orders him to go call his master immediately. With a blue aura, the warrior says that if the master doesn't come, he will make him appear himself. The Avanar summons a secretion shield to protect himself from the protagonist's imminent attack. The bluish energy violently collides against the barrier created by the cardinal's servant. The shield shatters easily, leaving the skeleton completely shocked by the power. Johnson demands that the cardinal come out, asking how long he will keep hiding behind his servant. He raises his hand and warns that if the cardinal doesn't appear now, he will consider it an act of cowardice and flee, in for not protecting his own territory. His skills, Gentle Giant, Slayer, and Master of Oneself, are activated, increasing his power. This action has a clear meaning among constellations. It is a declaration of total war. Messages pop up with the helmsman trying to stop him, and the kitten thinking it's madness. Yin Sung remembers that they can see through his vision, and the helmsman finds the idea reckless. The kitten asks if he's doing this out of anger, and our boy admits that anger played a part. However, the warrior closes his fist, saying, "There's something even more important to return to the beginning." His meteor cannon technique is added to the divine cosmic arts as his initial motive. Since arriving in the abyss, Yin Sung was never a force to be reckoned with and always fought. But after becoming a constellation, he still hadn't realized what had truly changed in him. The fighter used to hide from the older constellations like a coward. In neutral territories, he felt like he had lost his reason to fight, but decides to follow his own path as a constellation. The master and the cat are shocked and ask him to stay calm. But Yin Sung says there's no problem in fighting. The protagonist faces the void, thinking that confronting a constellation shouldn't change his stance. A sinister green energy begins to form around the warrior. In that desolate place, he gives a slight smile as the master of nightmares panics because the enemy has come. A message from the cat warns it's too late to run as the dark entity appears. Skeletal creatures resembling horses accompany the arrival of the hostile constellation. Yin Sung remains calm, even surrounded by the greenish and evil energy aura. It is revealed then the cardinal of plague and darkness. A mid-ranked constellation, his skeletal servants are surprised and happy because their master responded to their call. The cardinal looks imposing as his followers scream for him to judge the non-believers. Then the banner-bearer of plague and darkness starts thinking, analyzing the current situation. He considers that his opponent is crazier than he imagined for challenging him like this. The entity thinks that if Yin Sung is defeated, he will be completely annihilated there. On the other hand, even if the cardinal wins, he has nothing to gain from this fight. However, if he refuses the challenge, his reputation as a constellation will be damaged. The cardinal then shouts, calling Yeonsam, the master of training, and charges to attack. Our boy simply watches, showing no surprise at the opponent's advance. An explosion of blue energy occurs even before the cardinal completes his attack, despite being the one to challenge first. The protagonist didn't let his guard down. In his first real fight, the fighter realizes the huge difference in existential power between the two present. He knows he must end the battle quickly using all his available power. If the fight drags on too long, Yeonsam is sure he will end up losing the confrontation. Therefore, he decides to use the full power of his cosmic fist, immediately adding a bit of his existential power. The warrior further strengthens the strike. A powerful blast of blue energy is fired towards the cardinal of plague. The enemy entity is completely shocked by the speed and power of the attack. Yin Sung watches the result of his blow, hitting directly the opponent ahead. The master of nightmares and the lava cat are left open-mouthed, unable to fully understand. The cardinal feels for the first time since becoming a constellation an immense pain. He thinks about how dangerous this is, because constellations rarely fight physically among themselves. The entity wonders what kind of crazy technique that is, questioning if it could be some type of magic. Suddenly, violent sounds of impact echo through the place as the bluish energy collides. Realizing the attack works, the warrior focuses, determined not to lose this crucial opportunity. Using all his strength, Yansum presses the strike against the cardinal of play and darkness. The massive energy collides, crushing the enemy constellation, who screams in pain with the sounds of impact. The cardinal is repeatedly struck by the overwhelming technique. Yinsong wonders if the enemy was pretending to be weak. To pull some trick, a gigantic explosion illuminates the place, as the servants watch in awe. Despite the brightness seeming like the end of the world, the followers find it beautiful. Furious, the cardinal wonders how a low-ranked constellation dares to face his power. The blue blast continues, relentlessly pushing the dark entity away. Yansung lands on the ground. As the dust of destruction begins to settle slowly, the warrior smells the rotten air and realizes the battle won't be easy. Amid the smoke, a skeletal hand emerges, showing that the cardinal still resists. The enemy constellation screams desperately, asking the protagonist to stop because he surrenders. From a distance, the cardinal continues begging for surrender, asking for the attack to cease. Now fallen and trembling, the banner-bearer admits his complete defeat. At that moment, Johnson is confused by the sudden declaration of surrender from the opponent. Suspicious, he continues attacking, thinking it might be just a trick from the cardinal. The enemy screams desperately, offering his territory and his avatar. In exchange, the cardinal promises his life, begging the protagonist to stop hitting him, while the master and the cat are stunned. Our boy questions the meaning of this, and the cat explains that constellations do not lie about swearing their life. The kitten adds that if severely attacked, a constellation can choose to surrender. Yinsung faces the fallen cardinal, who reaffirms his surrender, and then the warrior stops his skills. Gentle giant slayer and master of oneself activate again, increasing his power. The fighter realizes with satisfaction that his martial art works, even against constellations. A bright light flashes in Yansum's eyes as a new perception hits him. He can now see and feel the domain of the cardinal, of the realm of pestilence and darkness. Rivers of secretion and structures made of rotting tumors compose the sickly landscape. Yinsung also senses the presence of each avatar, linked to his new subordinate, covering his nose in disgust. He calls the bearer of the banner of pestilence and darkness. The warrior says there's no need for him to keep the realm or the Avengers, ordering the cardinal to take care of them. Yinsung confirms he only needs the cardinal, leaving a nearby avatar confused, watching the protagonist leave his realm. The bearer of the banner of pestilence and darkness is left baffled. Battles between constellations are dangerous, as the victor takes everything from the loser, risking it all to prevent future threats. The winner usually takes the realm and invaders, erasing the loser's existence. However, Yinsung spared his life and left his realm and invaders, bringing great relief to the cardinal. But the cardinal feels a loss, wondering what that bastard did and who his new master really is. Nonetheless, the kitten warns that leaving the realm and avatars behind is a mistake, but Yinsung says he cannot manage them anyway. The warrior explains it's a fighting technique with a rune to hinder magic and give the enemy no chance. Yinsung affirms he can fight even stronger constellations in the future, and his ready voice calls the master of unbeatable training, saying it heard about his victory against the banner-bearer. The enemy says he didn't expect to see him there, but notices his lack of fear and claims his preparations are complete. Appearing is he who rewinds time, stating he won't be easily defeated like the stinker, and orders him to prepare. The skills Gentle Giant Slayer and Master of Oneself are activated. Boosting his power, Yinsung shouts this is what he was waiting for, and he'll fight with full force, since they heard rumors and prepared. In other words, unlike the previous fight, against the Cardinal of Pestilence and Darkness, this time, he would have to face all the avatars of the enemy's realm by himself. It took 200 years of defeating all avatars to finally face the constellation, resulting in the protagonist's victory. The voice of the deep sea appears, asking if he is the master of training and suggesting a deal. Our boy is surprised by the proposal and thinks about what he truly wants from that situation. His desire was to fight with full force, and after 150 years of battle, Yansung One, the preacher of truth, appears, calling the protagonist wicked, and asking if he thought he would be alone. The preacher says their alliance will destroy him, and shows the strength of the lava cat that accompanies him. The preacher is completely confused, while Yansung simply gives a thumbs up and smiles. With the unexpected help of the kitten, the protagonist managed to win the fight in just 6 hours. The master relaxes, saying she isn't jealous, while the cat brags about bringing our boy to their team. Although he still has no clue how to return to Earth, he doesn't seem in a hurry, since he left his territory a long time ago. His abyssal cooking evolves to rank A, significantly increasing his existence power. While eating, he tries to remember the name of a novel he read, and recalls it being idyllic days of slaughter. Sitting alone, he wonders when he will finally be able to return to his world Earth. A gate randomly appears in the abyss and to Yen Sung. It's a chance to find new opponents. Maybe that portal could take him to Earth, like scratching a lottery ticket. So he decides to take the risk. The energy of the attack dissipates into the void, and Yen Sung thinks it is an Earth. The fighter wonders what opponent will come next. Beautiful, peaceful, natural landscape, seeing mountains and forests. The warrior shows confusion. Yen Sung appears in that tranquil place, looking very surprised. He can hardly believe what his own eyes are seeing now. Turning his back to the view, he confirms his suspicion about where he is. That place feels really familiar to the warrior. The cat of lava and magma asks again if that place is truly the Earth they are looking for. Yen Sung thinks it looks similar, but suggests first finding a place where people live. As he approaches a village, he notices it doesn't resemble the Korea he knew. Surprised, the kitten questions whether there are many kingdoms on Earth, and Yen Sung agrees, looking around. The fighter shows slight confusion with the current situation. Instead of humans, he finds goblins and wonders if they appeared while he was away. The cat explains it's not Earth, but rather a goblin planet called Aphis. Downsong recalls seeing goblins in dungeons, but thought they were just ordinary monsters. Contrary to his expectations, those creatures had built a well-organized village there. Suddenly, the warrior senses a strange presence coming from above the place. A giant portal appears, indicating that this realm was very close to the deep abyss. That is why portals appeared frequently, almost daily in that strange world. The goblins of Ephes have been fighting against invading monsters for much longer than humans. Thus, they had a much more efficient response and defense system than Earth. However, that system was only effective against common monsters, and not against what was coming. Goblin Watchman looks up, completely terrified by the imminent new threat. A gigantic creature resembling a wolf lands, destroying part of the goblin village. The enormous white wolf roars, showing its fangs to everyone in that small place. Its name was Akafemer, the planet-devouring wolf, a being of great power. The appearance of a monster with constellation-level strength brought despair to Ephes. A knight warns the king not to approach, as it was far too dangerous for him. The Goblin King claims to be the strongest mage of Ephes, and that he will face the giant monster. He declares that Ephes' final day has come, and confronts the beast without any fear. But Egum, the Goblin King and strongest mage of Ephes, states that he will not flee like a coward, even if it is the end. He promises to leave an unforgettable scar on the wolf Akafenra. A bright energy cuts through the sky before the Goblin King can attack the beast. Odgon is completely shocked, unable to understand what is happening at that moment. Even the planet-devouring wolf is surprised by that sudden and strong light. Yen Sung appears as expected, saying that the beast looks surprised by his arrival. The fighter thinks he has only one chance. Since the wolf has mid-level constellation power, The kitten points out that strong beings like constellations usually lack experience fighting opponents of the same level. Thanking the cat, Yin Sung reflects that if the enemy had resisted more or been ready, the battle would have lasted centuries. Thoughtful, he considers that there is still much to improve through training, and then realizes something. Yin Sung spots a group of goblins approaching him, with the Goblin King at the lead. Confident, the warrior thinks they would not attack him. After witnessing his recent battle, the protagonist walks calmly toward one of the goblins to see what they want surprised. He wonders if the goblins are really considering attacking him. At that moment, unexpectedly, the Goblin King kneels before our boy, showing submission. The goblin leader explains that while other constellations did nothing, Yin Sung descended and saved his people, bowing completely. The Goblin King declares that the protagonist is now his god, and his master, a notification appears informing that Odegan, king of the goblins, worships him and that his realm is now under his command. The system mourns that his power as a constellation increases with the number of souls that worship him, making the world resonate. Yin Sung's strength as a constellation continues to grow. With the goblins' worship, his authority awakens, and he obtains the constellation skill, territorial claim of the invincible god. As a result of all this, his rank as a constellation rises to the intermediate level, feeling his existence power sharpen. The cat of lava and magma congratulates him for the good work. The cat suggests that doing the same on Earth would be good, but Yinsen disagrees, finding humans more complex. He remembers that on Earth, defeating a powerful monster would only make him a celebrity as before. Our boy concludes that unlike goblins, humans neither worship nor trust easily, always trying to undermine others. The kitten comments that it's clear the protagonist is of that species, while Odegan runs, swearing loyalty. Johnson confirms the Goblin King's name, who is very grateful that his new master remembers him. The warrior warns that he roams the abyss, and that it would be difficult for mortals to follow. Odegan insists on accompanying him. Odegan meals again, saying that not repaying the favor to his savior would be his greatest regret. Yin Sung ponders the situation. Looking at the determined Goblin King Mayoland before him, Odegan releases his magical power, asking permission to serve the protagonist, showing his considerable strength, agreeing. Our boy says that his magic might be useful and accepts him, warning not to regret it. Odegan then asks what his master seeks while roaming the dangerous abyss. Following his new master, Odegan seems unsure about the journey, while Yin Sung admits uncertainty about the distance. A screen summarizes the story so far, about the fighter becoming a constellation, and Odegan becoming his servant. Odegan asks if the master will discard the remaining meat, but Yangzhong laments the limited space in his collar. The godling reveals he uses spatial magic, and the protagonist asks why only now. A little being apologizes for the delay, but the green mage warns about a strong magical storm and suggests they quickly seek shelter. Yin Sung already knew about the storm, as he planned to use it to travel far. Liam the goblin, confused the goblin, recalls the time lost in the fight, but realizes he will travel far with the storm. Yet he still hesitates, seeing the vortex of energy. The goblin finally understands and says he has decided to follow his master. Even up to death, the vortex of chaotic energy begins to intensify. In the deep abyss, a piece of land the size of a continent is destroyed by the force of the storm. Odin comments that magical storms are not rare, but this one is especially strong. Yin Sung confirms that using storms for travel is much faster and more convenient. He explains that normally, even constellations avoid such dangerous storms. Understanding the situation, Odegan says he will follow his master wherever he goes, without hesitation. Janssen prepares to enter the storm with his goblin servant. Suddenly, Odegan screams in fear, asking if the storm is disappearing. The protagonist explains that it is not vanishing, but rather concentrating and transforming its energy relief. The Goblin King thanks him for not dying in that chaotic moment. Beyond 7 explains that large storms like this generate byproducts. As they spin and vanish, he points to the formation, revealing that the storm left behind a dungeon as a byproduct. Ogon explains that dungeons are parts of the abyss, with special rules and connections. Abyssal monsters emerge from them, and if not dealt with, they can burst out. The scene shifts to the Mojave Desert in Nevada, United States of America. An officer reports that 2 weeks and 11 hours remain until the monsters emerge. The commander grumbles that is expected. He doesn't like those profane things. He comments that naming is a human right, but questions what dungeons and monsters are. Federal Analysis estimates it as rank C, a popular difficulty with good rewards. Currently, a team of hunters called Gannis has obtained permission and is on the way. Commander recognizes the name Gannis as the team leader, appears to confirm the team was created by the son of the founder of the Parker Foundation, and is quite controversial. Since abyssal magic and monsters leaked onto Earth, human life has changed. The monster cores with their concentrated magical power prove useful. They became a greener energy source than anything else on Earth today, besides the cores. Other parts of the monsters advance biology and life sciences. Amid these opportunities, the Parker Foundation grew, rapidly dominating industries. The leader of Gannis is Richard Parker, a very well-known rank B hunter. He is also the youngest son of the second president of the powerful Parker Foundation. Seeing the vehicles approaching, the young man with the clipboard simply comments that they have arrived. He was a third-generation Chable hunter, and the Gannis team had come to start the raid of the hallucinatory Magic Mirror. An employee noted there were only 8 members, but the leader said he had added 1 more and asked for a recheck. The equipment was impressive, showing the power of money, and the employee confirmed Clayton's sigh. As the new member concerned, the employee questioned bringing Clayton, since his rank was E and he was a newcomer to the team. The leader ignored the concern because he had 7 C rank hunters, and being B rank himself, saw no problem bringing the rookie. By the rules, a single C rank hunter could clear a C rank dungeon alone, and the employee confirmed that. But the agreement of the other members with the confident leader's decision was a different story. E-rank hunters use few magic circles and can barely damage monsters from C-rank dungeons. S-tier rank dungeons give excellent millionaire rewards, and loot is usually not shared with useless E-rank hunters. Permission to enter the hallucinatory Magic Mirror was granted, and the Gannis team received orders to prepare. The leader turned to Clayton, saying he trusted him and told the rookie not to worry, but to do his job. The employee wondered if Clayton was just a porter for the leader, and the supervisor confirmed his personal hire. The limit was 9 people, but only 8 entered the portal, so they likely hired Clayton to carry bags. The dungeon's countdown was temporarily paused in 2 weeks. 10 hours and 32 minutes remained. Thus, the entire Gaines team entered the dungeon. While the supervisor employee noticed something strange, a strong red energy began to emerge from the portal and scared. Everyone wondered what was happening there. The supervisor wondered if monsters were coming out of the dungeon, but soon discarded that very frightening possibility. Suddenly, the portal structure expanded violently, and red energy cracks appeared around it, alarming everyone in the expansion. Several sinister red eyes appeared on the structure, watching the outside intently nervous. The supervisor thought it would be better if they were monsters, because then the situation would end once they were eliminated. The employee asked what happened, and the supervisor explained the obvious. The dungeon had grown, shocking the young man. There must have been a mistake in the rank evaluation before, because if it grew like this, it's not C rank and might even be a rank inside. The Guinness team advanced unaware of the external change, and the employee grew worried that they might be in an ranked dungeon. A supervisor said it was too late, because the problem was out of control, and not something employees could solve. Inside, the environment looked like ancient and desolate ruins, and a member commented he was happy it wasn't a swamp type. Outside, the supervisor ordered the rookie to urgently send a report, because the maintenance team needed to know the situation. Soon after the report, he instructed the young man to call the Parker Foundation, as it was better to prevent problems by calling strong reinforcements. Even with help coming, the supervisor thought about the difficulty, as rescuing a team from a ranked dungeon would be very complicated. Inside the dungeon, Clayton desperately pointed at something ahead, screaming, but the leader asked why he was making so much noise. The reason for the panic was a massive horde of terrifying monsters, as red creatures with sharp teeth were there. Inside the dungeon, a Gaines team member comments on the suspicious location. The place is dark and damp, resembling an underground cave. According to them, Richard Parker remained silent, analyzing their current situation. Looking around, they realize the environment seems like an ancient ruin. Then the porter suggests they first look for an exit, and Richard agrees. Richard then orders Clayton to search for the exit alone, while the rest pursue the boss. The young porter simply agrees with the order given by leader Richard. Richard instructs the team to search among the buildings and use reinforcement magic. There are only two known ways to escape a dungeon. The first is to find the exit that connects directly to the outside. And the second way is to defeat the boss monster, which is the core of the dungeon itself. In AC ranked dungeon, instead of finding the exit, it's better to search for the boss. Therefore, it's best to quickly find the dungeon's boss. Suddenly, one of the hunters shouts, warning that monsters have been located there. Richard orders them not to be surprised and to get into position, because they are just C-rank monsters. The creatures then start emerging from the ruins and the ground around the team. The entire Gaines team seems surprised by the sudden appearance of enemies. The creatures with red eyes are quickly identified as ghouls. Hunter laughs, saying they got scared by F-rank ghouls with no monetary value. He then fires a flaming arrow that hits one of the ghouls squarely. Another person comments that second circle magic is enough, but Richard sees more of them approaching. The young porter also fires a flaming arrow to help in the fight. Several ghouls are hit by magic, but they keep coming relentlessly. A member questions if there aren't too many, but Richard says area magic will solve it. Richard urges the team to hurry, while Clayton struggles to cast another spell. However, the horde of ghouls continues, advancing mercilessly against the hunters. Clayton begins to feel mana sickness and warns that the ghouls won't stop coming. Another hunter warns the captain that they won't last much longer. At this rate, they continue using magic. Everyone will suffer from mana sickness, but Richard tries to calm them. Richard then leads in advance, shouting for everyone to follow in that direction. However, Clayton and the leader are left breathless upon seeing the horde of monsters ahead. The Gaines team faces the horrid creatures that have appeared before them. They quickly realize that something is terribly wrong with this dungeon. Now elsewhere in similarly desolate ruins within the dungeon, a very intense golden light suddenly appears amidst the debris of that place. The energy expands, forming a sphere revealing two silhouettes that arrive there. Yang Zhong and Adagon then land on the ground. After traveling through the chaotic abyssal storm, the goblin servant feels the effects of rapid teleportation and apologizes to his master. He offers to cast an anti-analysis spell, but Yin Sung seems completely fine now. Wei Gan is amazed, because his master went through a space rupture without any problem. Yin Sung simply calls his servant by name. While observing the surroundings of the new location, the goblin smells a foul odor in the air and uses magic to fly ahead and investigate the place. He comments on how convenient magic is and offers to help the protagonist learn it. Yin Sung politely declines the offer and asks Sogan to check the area he just passed. Promptly, the servant obeys the command, returning to check the requested spot. Like a game drone, constellations can see through the eyes of their loyal servants. Hodaka asks if it's the correct area, and our boy confirms it is in the shadow of the building. Yansung asks for a closer view of the spot, finding some strange items. It's a C-rank dungeon ration for hunters, written on a different kind of material. He deduces that the material stored valuable magic and might belong to the creators of the ruins. Odaga then suddenly asks if his master can also see that in the distance. Now the servant confirms, quite shocked that Janssen's previous prediction was correct. Looking ahead, an immense army of ghouls with thousands gathered there is revealed, faced with the gigantic horde. Odian asks what they should do in that situation. Yun Sung seems a little distracted, and Odian offers to take care of all the monsters. He states that a simple Seventh circle magic spell could clear everything very easily there. A massive attack would pulverize the ruins, and perhaps even a hidden boss nearby. Yin Sung calms him down. Because the presence of ghouls likely means that someone might be trapped, the protagonist decides to immediately go. Save whoever is trapped among the monsters. He rushes forward quickly, trusting his senses to find any survivors. Those red-eyed creatures advance ferociously towards the group, where anyone trapped inside would be in serious trouble. Suddenly a strong blush light explodes in the area, and the horde of creatures is completely disintegrated by the overwhelming energy. Kneeling on the ground, Yin Sung touches the earth with his hand, and then a powerful blush energy emanates from him. At that moment, with eyes glowing blue, the protagonist fixes his determined gaze, and then commands to be guided to earth. The creatures are making their horrendous growls. The protagonist comments about hearing a mention of earth, and our boy confirms it with blued energy. Pulverizes the remaining monsters around him in the area. Yin Sung explains to Odigan that the ration discovered earlier was common food from Earth. Odigan comments that it is difficult to understand human taste, so the master asks him to use magic to transform. The protagonist warns that it would be problematic to find the trapped people with a goblin servant's current appearance. It is explained that not every goblin is civilized. Like those from Aphis and Earth's hunters are used to common monsters. The goblin's servant indignantly complains because, after all, who would think he's a monster? The protagonist understands his servant's side, but asks again kindly for him to transform quickly. The helper agrees and informs that he can use 6-circle polymorph magic for this quickly. A light envelopes Odigan, revealing his new form, and Yin Sen observes him carefully. The master then asks if the servant looks handsome now, and Odigan just responds by calling him master. The transformed servant comments that he doesn't want to brag, but he was known to be handsome among the goblins. Yin Sen gets embarrassed, but comments that he now looks like a perfect human, perhaps like a fantasy mage. Looking at himself, the protagonist reflects that his own white hair would draw too much attention there. Recalling the advice to hide his identity, he decides to return to his old appearance, as it wouldn't be difficult. Observing the ghouls surrounding the hunters, Yin Sun becomes curious about where the dungeon boss might be hiding. Wei Gon intervenes, saying that is probably not the case because if they were smart, they would be doing more than just surrounding the targets. The servant theorizes that sending ghouls nonstop means the controller probably cannot do anything else. They could be controlled by a powerful dark mage, or maybe by a specific monster called Tauren in the Abyss. This creature Tauren is popularly known as the King of Ghouls. Odigan informs the King of Ghouls. Tauren is a monster made of thousands of ghouls in a collective form, and those who only seek the controller are caught by surprise, concluding that ghouls are low-level opponents for most. However, those with average abilities will simply be overwhelmed by the sheer quantity of them in the place, concludes the transformed goblin servant. Changing focus to inside a dark corridor, we see Richard Parker and another member of the Gaines group standing there. Richard orders the other to cut carefully to avoid wasting any food, as the only things left are boots and gloves. Elsewhere in the makeshift shelter, Park remains sitting alone, looking exhausted and discouraged. See the entire Gannis Hunter group gathered in that improvised shelter on the 28th day of their incursion there. It is recalled that on the first day, they lost some provisions to the monsters, but found a safe underground shelter. The scene shows a ghoul grabbing the supply backpack of one of the desperate Gannis team members. The member limits the lost food, but Richard orders them to just leave it behind and head to the shelter immediately. A hunter shouts that they can seal the entrance, and Richard orders them to get in quickly. Horrid creatures try to reach the team before the passage closes. Outside, the monsters pound on the wall, trying to break the barrier. Gannis group watches the seal entrance, while a ghoul still tries to squeeze through, but his body gets stuck in the door. One of the members quickly uses fire magic to strike the ghoul. Leaning against the wall, Richard, exhausted, only hears his companion casting multiple flaming arrows against the ghoul. Stuck in the door, fortunately, there was no other entrance, but the team had been trapped for a month before. Richard then turns to Cleaton and rudely calls him Ranky. leaving the young man confused. The leader asks if there is emergency food in the porter's bag, because they could die there. Scared, Cleaton stammers about having a contract, says the bag isn't as Richard, then gives Cleaton permission to show the bag's contents to the team. He says they can take whatever they need, but doubts anything there will help much. Two hunters quickly accept the offer, looking quite interested in the items, searching the bag. One of them is surprised at the amount of stuff for a C-rank dungeon. He finds a French lotion, and the other complains that it's useless there. Another finds a Shakespeare book, and sarcastically wonders if reading it to the ghouls would scare them away. Ganayon, the second in command, then confronts Richard about hiring the porter. He accuses Richard of being responsible for them being trapped, and demands he take responsibility. Question about the situation. Ganayon states he isn't on anyone's side there. The second in command advises everyone to stay calm and focus on surviving. A member reminds Gideon that there will be no rescue, because the dungeon has a 10-person limit. He blames the leader for bringing a useless porter, leaving only one spot available for a rescue. The team suggests throwing Richard to the ghouls as a sacrifice, so he can fight Furious. Richard shouts that they're suck UPS, and can't force him to do anything. They insist, and one asks if Richard thinks he can face 6C rank hunters. Seeing the threat, Richard begins concentrating powerful blues energy in his hand. He casts high-speed ice bullets. A fifth circle spell. Richard challenges them all at once, revealing it as a skill from his powerful family. Terminity warns that he will fatally deal with the first three who attack him. The team is shocked by the fifth circle magic and asks Richard to calm down. Yin-sung stares at Ganayon, questioning his silence about the Gaines team's opinion of him, before Ganayon replies by asking if Leader Richard would have listened, without simply firing him for honesty. With a subtle smile, the young man admits that Ganayon is right, acknowledging he had been a closed-minded leader. The older hunter notices that Yan-sung seems like a decent person and is changing, but he does not accept the compliment. Richard tells his men he will die with them there, but the protagonist asks them not to give up so easily. He asked if they wouldn't regret it if a rescue team arrived, right after they gave up. Yin-sung proceeds to say that if someone came to rescue them, he would give all his wealth as a reward. The generous offer leaves Richard and Ganayon completely shocked, not knowing how to react to the proposal. Unexpectedly, a strong light bursts from the wall, and a silhouette appears in the shining opening before them. Young Sun then appears in the passage and asks if by chance there is anyone else from Earth there at the opening. Yin-sung asks again if there is anyone else from Earth hidden in that place. Both Richard and Ganayon are completely surprised by the sudden appearance of the two there. Seeing no one responds, the protagonist notices the silence and steps forward. He then directly questions the group, asking if they are really from Earth like him. Richard replies yes, almost without thinking, because the whole situation seems too surreal for him. The leader then questions whether they might be a rescue team, and the others get excited at the idea. Two hunters celebrate, greatly relieved that they were finally saved from that horrible place. Yin-Yin, however, shouts, calling the others idiots and telling them to get ready to fight, immediately questioned about the reason. Yin-Yin angrily orders them to think a little about the situation. He points out that the dungeon limit allowed only one more person, so how did two enter there? Yang-sung scratches his head awkwardly and asks if the limit was one person. Apologizing protagonist explains that he did not enter through the dungeon entrance. And Ganayon asks how, then, without hesitation, our boy reveals that they actually fell there directly from the abyss. It is then explained about people disappearing into the abyss after accidents in portals. Most of those people never return, but there are rare lucky cases where they survive. Ganayon questions how they can trust that, and Yin-sung says it doesn't matter whether they trust him or not. The protagonist then asks what they could even do if they didn't trust the two of them. Ganayon reflects on the two individuals of unknown energy who may have come from the abyss. On the other side are they C-rank hunters exhausted, conflicted, and nearly starving to death there. The veteran hunter agrees because even if they didn't believe it, they couldn't do anything in that situation. The handsome asks them not to be too suspicious and confirms they are from Earth, and Richard hesitantly agrees. Hearing the confirmation, the protagonist is visibly shaken and tremblingly asks if it's true. The intense reaction confuses the hunters, and one even questions if he's on something illicit. Danny observes the emotional reaction and concludes he must truly be a lost person from the abyss. Richard then interrupts, remembering to ask what happened to all the ghouls outside. Yinsong simply replies that they are all lifeless, revealing the pile of corpses outside. But Avon comments that it's unbelievable and praises Yinsong as a great mage, leaving the master embarrassed. The protagonist then recalls his plan to discreetly return to Earth to assess the current situation. Question about Odegan, he says yes, and that the servant's story is even more tragic as he lost his memory. But Odegan clicks his tongue in irritation for being pitted by those he considers inferior. Surprised, the group's second in command asks if Janssen also uses magic, doubting he defeated the ghouls alone. With a smile, the protagonist responds that he is actually a martial artist. Janssen briefly looks back, leaving Richard confused by his unexpected answer. The other hunters repeat the word martial artist, totally shocked by the statement. Faced with the answer, Richard questions how long ago he fell into the abyss, leaving the protagonist thoughtful. The leader apologizes, explaining that it's been a long time since they've seen a real martial artist, recalling the stigma against them. Yansam asks what the current year is on Earth. Richard informs him it is 2039, and our boy reveals he has been missing for 30 years. The leader comments that the previous record was 28 years, but that person is still hospitalized. A hunter interrupts, saying that discussing this is not urgent, and that they need to clear the dungeon. Yin Sung then asks Odin to make a campfire, and the servant starts to respond, Master. The protagonist corrects him, asking not to be called that, and Odegan suggests Hyun Nim as an alternative. Without waiting for an answer, Yansan positions himself to kick a large stone nearby force. He hits the rock with a precise kick. Before the group's eyes, the stone shatters into several pieces, showing the martial artist's physical strength. Richard is left speechless, and Ganyen confirms it's the first time seeing that happen. The protagonist comments that it seems martial artists really no longer exist, and asks them to grab plates, showing the strange meat. A hunter asks what it is and mentions a TV program. Yansam explains that the program teaches how to eat almost everything, leaving them more confused. Thanks to the teachings of the program, he managed to become self-sufficient in the abyss, the young man reveals. The meat on the stone begins to sizzle while cooking, and Richard stares at it with great hunger. Seeing the hunter's hesitation, the leader asks who will get the first piece of food. The young son says there is enough meat for everyone there, so they just need to be patient now. Everything ready. He tells everyone to grab a stone plate and serve themselves freely. Jenin observes the meat offered by the one who returned from the abyss, recalling their initial hesitation. However, the delicious and greasy smell of the meat quickly convinced the starving hunters. It was a feast for those who had been almost starving for nearly a whole month, trapped there while eating. The hunters are visibly surprised by the unexpected taste of the meat. Yinsun finds their quiet reaction strange, and Odegan whispers that it was low-quality meat. The servant explains it was dried meat with almost no magic occupying space, and unsuitable for the master. Richard tastes the meat and is surprised, noticing his magic is being rapidly restored. He explains that normally he would be exhausted from casting flaming arrows, but now feels capable of using more than 10. Richard praises the protagonist for the special meat, and Odegan reminds that bad meat gets discarded, leaving the master thoughtful. Ganon explains that the dungeon has a structure, where the ghouls are both the monsters and the boss. Johnson asks how Gideon knows that, and he replies that he saw and heard things in the abyss. Hearing about the abyss again, the hunters become apprehensive about the unknown situation. The other hunters repeat the word abyss, totally shocked by the man's revelation. Annoyed, Richard tells Ganayon to shut up. Without even hearing the other hunter's explanation, Ganayon tries to justify himself, saying there was a misunderstanding. But Richard doesn't want to hear it. Angrily, the leader repeats for him to shut up and tells the hunter to get out of his sight. Now the protagonist notices the tense atmosphere among the hunters and O'Degan asks what happened. Richard explains they had internal conflicts while trapped, trying to eliminate each other. O'Degan finds it unbelievable that humans fight during a crisis, and considers them very pitiful beings. Yang-sung reminds the servant that he is also human, and O'Degan becomes embarrassed and apologizes. Gan-ion approaches O'Degan, asking his name, and notices the C-rank hunters who followed him. One of the hunters compliments O'Degan's name, thinking it very beautiful and fitting for the servant. The group that was following Gan-ion now approaches O'Degan, offering to take care of the ghouls. They're clearly looking for a new leader and offer their services by flattering the powerful mage. All of them offer to be useful to O'Degan, try to win the newcomer's sympathy. O'Degan realizes that they are seeking someone to lead them into higher-ranked dungeons. Now the servant finds their attitude disgusting, but follows his master's plan of remaining discreet. Gan-ion explains to Yan-sun how difficult it is to find a good leader for advanced dungeons. The protagonist asks why Gan-ion is using honorifics when speaking to him. At that moment, Gan-ion responds that Yan-sung is his savior, and for surviving 30 years in the abyss. He is his senior, finding it strange to be called old. The protagonist asks them to use his Earth age of 28 years. The returning knows that flattering the strong is common, but questions why they only approach O'Degan now. Yin-sung is intrigued because even though O'Degan is a powerful mage, they do not approach him. Richard and Gideon hesitate, and Gideon begins to explain the reason for their reaction. The hunter reveals it is because our boy is a martial artist, leaving the protagonist serious. A memory arises, showing Master Li as the hope of martial artists and a rank hunter. Master Li appears, declaring the conviction that martial arts are truly strong. Richard and Ganyan become embarrassed, mentioning Li Shaowan in the group's strange reaction. It is explained that in 2009, many martial artists emerged despite their bad reputation. Ganyan then starts laughing and comments about a certain Li Shaowan. Richard recalls that Li Shaowan was considered a hero of China, but was actually only a rank B. A fraud shocked. Richard murmurs the word fraud, because he even bought posters and photos of the former hero. It is explained that the reputation of martial artists fell greatly after that scandal. Danny explains that nowadays, almost no one uses martial arts anymore because the tradition ended. Hearing the story, Yan-sun wonders how the former hero could lie that way. The protagonist tries to calm himself using his ki, because sadness would weaken him too much. Recovered, the protagonist has another question, asking if everything was okay on Earth. He then asks if there was any sudden invasion of new constellations. Gangan asks if he's talking about the 2011 incident, which is a huge mess. Yan-sung remembers the goddess of prophecy while he was in the abyss, and wonders if he arrived too late. The scene shifts to the autumn of the year, when the rank manipulation scandal happened. That day, however, something different was about to occur in the world. People on the streets looked up, completely terrified by something unexpected. A huge flaming portal appeared in the skies of the city, shocking everyone from it. Strange and sticky things began to ooze down toward the ground. People started getting enveloped by it, desperately crying for help. It was different from the known dungeon entrances, and the monsters were intelligent. In fact, it was an army of monsters with a clear objective, an army that followed orders and acted strategically to dominate the entire Earth. Their goal was to take human souls for their master. Constellation Young's son grabs Ganyan, desperately asking what happened and if Earth was conquered. He fears he arrived too late. But Gan-ion asks the martial artist to calm down quickly. Richard intervenes, saying that if that were the case, they wouldn't be there because they fought against the invasion. The protagonist is surprised by the answer and asks if they really stopped them. Ganyan confirms that yes, despite suffering many casualties, they managed to stop the invaders. All countries mobilized their best hunters, who fought bravely and stopped the invasion. Yin-sung is speechless, processing the information that Earth was saved without him. He then realizes that there is nothing left for him to do, and questions why he wandered for so long in the abyss. 2011, 2 years after Yin-sung left Earth, the evil constellations invaded. However, something unexpected happened during that chaotic invasion. Earth's hunters did not stand still and mobilize quickly. In a counterattack involving all hunters, they managed to defend bravely. Hearing that, Yin Sung is completely shocked by the information he receives, and then realizes there's nothing left for him to do there, and questions why he wandered so long in the abyss. The martial artist wonders if the vision was wrong, or if the goddess mistranslated the ancient prophecy. A message appears saying that the constellation of dreams and greed senses something strange. A girl wonders if mortals can really stop an invasion like that, on their own after all. Constellations and mortals are different entities, and humans would be like insects to them. The protagonist reflects on this situation, finding it a bit strange that they managed to defeat the invaders. And he corrects him, saying that it wasn't exactly a victory, but rather an armistice between the sides. The invaders weren't sure if they could conquer more land, and for the humans, it was too costly to take it. They are still concerned whether the truth will last, but for now, it has been working well. This was only possible thanks to the other constellations of Earth, who promised to protect humanity. The girl understands that if it was other constellations, then it makes sense that the truce worked. Yansung processes that a constellation fighting the way he did is something really very rare. The balance was affected by the new constellations, but returned to normal, avoiding a total war. They want the souls for themselves, but don't want to fight or lose servants. So they agreed to the truce anyway. The returned one thinks again that he has nothing to do there now. He wandered through the abyss to stop the constellations, but wonders if he arrived too late. The cat says that's not true. Then the gruel confirms that the situation on Earth is not over yet. Even though these are few decades late, the truce will not last forever, and many constellations from the abyss will still come to Earth. Because of that, the cat warns him to be careful, as these new entities won't care about the current truce. Yinsong realizes the grave significance of this for the future of his home planet. If the situation worsens, Earth could become the center of battle between countless constellations. Suddenly, a loud noise interrupts the tense conversation between the hunters. Lakin had just attacked a ghoul, and the hunters praise him for the incredible magic shot. They comment that it's just first circle magic, but they've never seen anyone so good with it before, casting speed, power, and sense. Everything is different, they say. Bodgon finds it very irritating. Jinian and another hunter comment that Bodgon would hit the jackpot on Earth, being ranked B, or a Bodgon remembers that Yansun lost his memory and decides to do everything to keep them apart. Gunyan's group plans to follow Bodgon, so they no longer have to obey Richard. Ian Sung looks at the servant and wonders if he will be okay, as he seems to be at his limit. Richard stares at the protagonist angrily, and the same goes for the protagonist, who asks if he wants to fight. The leader is surprised by the martial artist's direct question, not expecting that reaction from him. Richard quickly backs off, saying that wasn't what he meant, and Yin Sung asks if he should let him fight. The returned one thinks Richard got too scared, and just wanted to say he didn't mind them fighting. Then the avatar appears, warning our protagonist to be careful, as his morals may be distorted by the abyss. The cat remembers the prophecy of the constellation war, and warns that he could be the trigger for it. Yin Xian then becomes curious, and asks Ganyan how someone from the abyss is treated upon return. Ganyan explains that first they check his body and ask how he survived, like a man talking about a cat. Cat asks about checking contracts with evil constellations, and Ganyan realizes he doesn't know. It is explained that after the invasion, it became illegal to make contracts with evil constellations on Earth. The Avatar quickly says that they are not evil constellations, and just became rough because of the war. Then, the hunter says, the investigation isn't complicated, and asks where he is from, to which he answers. Korean Anian suggests that rehabilitation might be good for Odgon, who supposedly lost his memories. Yin Sun informs Odgon that he has enough information, and asks how to view the hunter's skills. The master mentions a spell called level verification that shows the target's level and skills. Avatar questions why Odin would do that, and Yin Song says he can't use magic, which is denied. The cat explains that because she's a constellation, he can check skills without using existential power. The returned one decides to try and activates the Constellation's eye skill. At that moment, with the skill active, the protagonist focuses his gaze directly at Richard Parker. We see Richard, completely unaware that he is being scanned by the martial artist. The protagonist's eye shines intensely as he uses his newly discovered ability. A system window appears, showing that he is now viewing Richard Parker's information. Richard's stats are revealed. Level 205, and the cat says it wasn't difficult to use. Yin Sung observes the status window while Richard looks confused, not understanding anything happening there. Cat explains that the skill helps study opponents, and Yin Sung realizes he can practice it more. We see Obdigan easily dealing with some remaining ghouls. In the dungeon, a message appears, announcing that the demon Mirror of Illusion dungeon has been completed, leaving a hunter shocked by their victory. Soon after, another system warning appears saying that the dungeon will close soon. So the other hunters celebrate very happily. Yin Sung then declares to Odgon that they are finally returning to Earth after so long trapped in that place. A message appears announcing that the dungeon was completed, leaving the other hunters relieved. Soon after, another system warning says that the dungeon will close soon, so they can leave. Yin Sung thinks about returning home. After so much time trapped in that desolate place, the system informs him that he used the constellations. Eye on his adamantine frying pan. There the master of one self-skill activates, and the avatar praises the master, saying he is incredible. Outside the dungeon in the Mojave Desert in Nevada, the entrance is blocked and isolated by tape. A reporter nearby notices something strange happening at the now closed dungeon entrance. The entrance begins to become unstable with red energy, and guards shout for reporters to move back. Within the red energy, strange monster-like forms begin to emerge from the portal. A large burst of red energy suddenly fires from the unstable dungeon entrance. A supervisor is shocked and wonders if they really managed to complete the dungeon. An intense golden light explodes from the place where the dungeon was closing. At that moment, in the midst of the light, Yan Sanganyan and Odian finally return to Earth. After the conclusion, the returned one shields his eyes from the strong light and recognizes Earth's sky. After 30 years, he observes the clear sky, thinking about how bright it is, compared to the dark abyss from before. Jinian and Odian see a report about the dungeon they invaded in the Mojave Desert. Their final evaluation was rank C, and Odigan complains, saying there were thousands of ghouls inside. The officer explains that even with the help of a skilled mage, the monsters were still only rank F. He continues, saying that the dungeon's rank is defined by the strength of the boss, so ended up being C anyway. The officer congratulates them on their safe return and says the president was concerned. The ghoul King Turan was unknown on Earth, and they didn't know that Ganondorf had survived the rank of dungeon. Yin Sung sees a news report about Richard Parker having survived hell with many reporters. The mage asks if Richard was from some royalty. The protagonist says he didn't seem like someone important. He realizes he understands English. And the cat explains that his eye can comprehend inferior beings. Their doctor informs them that the checkup results came out, and he is very healthy indeed. She comments that she has never seen someone in such perfect physical condition as if a god had made him. The doctor also mentions that his mental state is great, and he must have had a lot of luck there. Someone offers help for immigration, since 30 years away might cause adjustment difficulties. Samsung realizes that the doctor didn't seem very eager to convince him about the help offered. On the other hand, right in front of him, something else seemed to be happening at that moment. An officer tells Odigan not to worry about the memory, as the U.S. government will support him. The mage reflects that this special treatment is for high-level mages, something martial artists don't receive. She sighs, seeming a little tired of all the talk and flattery. From the men present, the officers insist. But Odigan states that he has heard it many times, and his answer will not change. Determined, he declares that he will follow Choi Anson, leaving the men in suit surprised. One of them questions the protagonist about the abyss, but he says he doesn't know, since she already had amnesia when they met. whispering they theorize that maybe she follows him, because he was the first one she saw after losing her memory. The martial artist hears the American official speculation, seeming to reflect on that possibility. The agent then shifts focus to Yansung, offering government help for him to immigrate to the U.S. He notices the change in tone and asks if he can just get permanent residency for now. To think about it, an awkward silence fills the room. After the returned, one's unexpected request, surprising everyone. The officers gather and begin discussing among themselves, using low-level telepathy to decide what to do. Odaejin offers to use his magic to listen in on their conversation, and our boy quickly agrees. With the idea, he reveals that they think with permanent residency. He will soon seek citizenship because the U.S. is the best for hunters. The mage continues explaining that they also plan to monitor her, to prevent other countries from recruiting her. Odin warns the master that they plan to spy on them, but Yin-sun corrects him, saying that the target is only her. With an irritated look, the mage asks if she can eliminate the spies, if they really try something against them. Yansung asks for calm, telling them not to complicate things now, and Odaejin quickly apologizes. The scene changes, showing that they have arrived at a temporary base, or some processing center. It is explained that returnees go through exams before receiving permission, and they prepare the protagonist for his. The protagonist receives a questionnaire to fill out within 30 minutes, with a warning not to remove the sensors. The time starts counting, and Yansung faces the questionnaire, ready to answer the given questions. The first question shows a demon, and asks if he has ever made a contract with a warrior of madness and blood. The second asks him to write an insult to the constellation, and basic testing method because avatars don't insult masters. Yin-sun writes the insult with it being explained that this is the best method to identify evil contracts. Next, the following step is to assess his magical power, asking him to channel his maximum into a crystal. The return one prepares to use all this power in that test, placing his hand over the measuring orb. The crystal begins to shine intensely, reacting to the immense power the martial artist releases there. The technician responsible for the test is completely shocked by the intensity of the energy released by the hunter. The crystal cannot withstand it and shatters, while Yin-sung asks if he should try again. Since he still has power, he thinks that to live well on Earth, he needs to ensure a higher rank than 30 years ago. At least rank of the mana measuring crystal ball was shattered because his power surpassed that of a common hunter. Normally, a hunter places their mana there, while eagerly waiting for a rank promotion. Thus, the color of the ball changes, calculating the mana, but that hunter couldn't level up. The constellation asks if he hid his power or if it was a mistake, since he fought strong opponents. And Yin-sun replies he is not used to it. Shocked, the little girl asks if he showed off on purpose, while the young man explains he couldn't let his strength be discovered because Earth has rules. In the abyss, he could seek strong opponents, but he doesn't have that freedom on Earth. Opportunities for rank A only appear for rank B, never for C, so as he plans to become a hero, he needs to raise his rank when given the chance. At this moment, the scientist informs that the tests are finished, and the protagonist agrees. So the researcher asks him to wait in the room, leaving there. Johnson comments that this should put him at rank B, and calls Odean to go, but the green mage finds the human way primitive. Right after, the researcher's phone starts ringing near the broken equipment. He answers and asks if it's someone from the ambiguous clan, confirming that it is about the request. Next, we see Odeagin's result, who achieved rank B, and Yin-sun realizes that he also held back during the test. It's time for our boy to check his own rank, so he asks where to press on the device. However, upon seeing the result, the young man is completely shocked. His name is Choi Yun, 57 years old, and his rank is C+. Confused, he wonders why he is still ranked C+. Still confused, Yun-sung wonders if the average mana has increased, and complains that they got his age wrong. But at that moment, a young man asks if he is finished. Both of them look at the person curiously. The young man with glasses says that the protagonist saved his life, and wants to repay him, asking if he has a place to stay. He invites Yan some to his house, and adds that he can stay there as long as he wants. Surprised by the offer, our boy remains silent. Next to Odia Gun inside a luxurious car. They travel down a deserted road. Odia Gun asks the master if that man isn't suspicious, and questions the reason for so much kindness. Yin Sung jokes, saying that he only says that because Richard is human. Then, embarrassed, the goblin quickly denies it. The young man asks if Odin remembers when he defeated Akapemlo, and he replies that he would never forget, because that was when they saved him. Our boy agrees, saying he also can't forget that day. He remembers how the little creatures praise him, saying they needed to repay the favor. The little creatures prepared an acid slime bath for him to relax. They even offered noble offspring as a gift, but Yang Sang refused the offer. Bodegan asks, frightened, if he felt uncomfortable, and he replies that it was just a cultural difference. Returning to the subject, the protagonist comments that the young man wants to repay him. So Odin thinks that humans are irritating, but at least know how to be grateful. Yin Sun comments that he is also one of them, making the goblin apologize. Embarrassed, our boy asks the young man's name, who confirms it is Richard Parker, and adds that his family is well known. The young man, with glasses, becomes curious about the reason for the question, but the protagonist says it's nothing important. Then the protagonist reveals he was just thinking about when he would receive money from the rich guy. Shocked, the young man listens, as Yan-san recalls the promise about giving all his money to whoever saved him. Seeing the reaction, the protagonist says he is joking, and the other one, relieved, asks him to say what he wants. The request isn't a big deal, because our boy only wants a place to stay while he readjusts, but someone watches them from afar with a smile. Richard confirms remembering, offering help, and says it's okay for Johnson to stay at his house. He says he can easily do that for someone who saved his life, and not to underestimate Richard Parker, while Odigan calls his master. The goblin questions if the young man isn't being too arrogant. Just for lending a house, the protagonist explains that having a big house on Earth allows for arrogance, and tells Odigan that this is different from his realm. At that moment, another vehicle appears at high speed, about to collide with them. After the impact, Yan-sun protects the green mage, and Richard asks, frightened, what happened. The driver explains that some lunatic crashed into their car. With a crash, the protagonist becomes thoughtful, questioning whether it was an attack, or if a malignant force located him. He quickly rules out the second option, while Odigan asks if he should take care of the situation. But the protagonist says to see who it is first. Getting out of the crash car, the pair prepare to find a responsible party. Unexpectedly, a red sports car appears, and Yongsen comments on the extravagant style. Sensing something different, the protagonist asks Odegon if he also noticed the unusual presence. Goblin confirms the feeling as a blond man steps out of the vehicle, and the goblin says he is not normal. Odin continues his analysis, saying that although he looks mortal, he has something more, finishing the thought. He affirms that the newcomer is powerful and incomparable to ordinary humans. Analyzing the man beyond song, thinks he looks Asian and feels he has seen him somewhere before. Getting closer, the blond man waves and shouts to get their attention. Immediately, Richard recognizes the figure in surprise, calls him Dragon Huang. The man confirms that it's him and asks who the young man is. Then Richard introduces himself. Hearing Parker, the man identifies him as the youngest son of the Parker family, and Richard confirms. Dragon comments that Alex seems worried about Richard, but encourages him to follow his own path. Finally, the gazes of Dragon Huang and Yin San meet, creating a tense atmosphere. Recognizing the man, our boy thinks it might be him, but finds it hard to believe. Our boy asks if he would be Guy. On Rian, the leader of the clan, confirming. The man calls the protagonist a brat, and adds that he heard rumors about his visit to the area. Staring at the dark-haired boy, Dragon comments that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. Our boy asks if he would be gay. On Ryan, the leader of the clan. Hearing the question, both are surprised by the unexpected interaction. Confirming, the man calls the protagonist a brat, and adds that he heard rumors about his visit to the area. Staring at the boy, Dragon comments that it's been a long time since they last saw each other. The young man with glasses watches confused, not understanding the relationship between the two. Richard then asks if Dragon knows the protagonist, and he confirms, while Johnson thinks about the name. The boy then realizes that he's indeed the famous rank as hunter, Dragon Huang. He recalls a recent rumor about the 19th marriage of the rank as hunter. Thinking about it, our boy finds everything very chaotic, coming from the undefeated clan. Dragon remembers Yan Sung saying, "They should take it slow," because 8B rank dungeon was too much for them. A flashback takes us to 2011, when Seoul suffered an invasion by evil constellations. Monstrous creatures flew over the skies of the ruined city. During the so-called Seoul disaster, all local hunter clans fought against the threat. Zhang Rim Huang, who was the leader of the undefeated clan, was among those who fought. It was one of the important hunters involved in defending the city. Thanks to the efforts of hunters like Dragon, Korea managed to resist the invasion. After the battle, he looks at the scene and says that it should be enough. The clan leader states that they did their best and protected everything they could. In a moment of unity, Dragon declares that everyone there is a hero. The government thanked the hunters who risked their lives, but they received nothing but the title. Sometime later, Dragon was in a hospital. Didn't understand why he couldn't leave. He gets irritated upon learning from the young man in the wheelchair that healing magic wasn't covered by insurance. Complaining, he says that even health benefits didn't cover it, because fragments were not monsters. Disappointed, Dragon says he lost his good opinion about Korea and came to America because they treat hunters better. There he received support, fought monsters, built businesses, and even appeared on TV. Reaching where he is now, Dragon then asks how much money Yan Sand makes to have a rich guy kneeling, and where he lives, seeing the others' confusion. Dragon explains that Hunter's Hill is the most expensive neighborhood in Los Angeles. The blonde man then comments that the protagonist is still the same brat as before. He adds that Yan Sung still talks very little. Just like before, Dragon then irritably recalls how Yan Sung disappeared, leaving only a letter saying he was going to train in the abyss. Dragon Huang's friends think he's crazy for training and consider him a psychopath. He reveals that members of the clan want to report Yan Sung as dead, since few return from the abyss. The blonde man says that old members even held a funeral, and he was shocked to see his name on the list. Dragon Huang calls Richard's attention, calling him Parker Boy, and he promptly confirms approaching. The blonde man questions Richard about why Yan Sung is in his car. The young man explains that the protagonist saved his life, so he is just repaying the kindness. Dragon Huang says he thought something else, but forgives him for the thoughtful reason, and Richard thanks him at that moment. We see the city of Los Angeles in the United States of America, already inside the car. Dragon Huang orders Richard to change the destination to his house, and the young man agrees. Yan Sung observes the city and notes that 30 years have passed, because now there are flying machines. It is explained that Los Angeles became home to rich and honored hunters after the gate appeared. People from clans, fans, and merchants focused on hunters also came to this city. Dragon Huang says that when he arrived in America, he ordered to be notified first if someone returned from the abyss. He found it amusing to receive reports from the FBI and CIA, and threatens to leave if they stop doing it. Yan Sung is impressed with the size of the house, comparing the place to an Olympic stadium. Richard corrects him, saying that the building is where the workers live, because the mansion is further ahead. They arrive in front of a gigantic mansion that looks like an entire complex by itself. Confused, Yang Sung then wonders who those hunters are, standing in front of the mansion. Our boy notices that they are waiting in line, but doesn't understand the reason since it's not a bank. Dragon Huang replies that obviously they are there to see him leaving. Yang Sung, even more curious. The blonde man explains that all those people are there asking for a chance, even more curious. The protagonist asks what kind of chance exactly it would be. Adjusting his glasses, the man says that there are many things, so he will explain slowly. Suddenly, a creature that looks like a panda grabs a bamboo stalk with its sharp claws, while the man says that 30 years have passed. It wouldn't seem like a lie if someone said he was the one who returned from the terrible abyss. Yan Sung asks if he stole the pandas, but the blonde man denies it, saying it was a gift from the Chinese government. Our protagonist is visibly surprised by that unexpected revelation. For the man, Dragon Huang snaps his fingers and realizes that Yin Sung wouldn't know the reason, since he was in the abyss. At that moment, several people in suits come running hurriedly toward Dragon Huang, stopping in front of them. The blond man asks if everyone is present, and the group confirms that they are. Suddenly, the blond man shouts, ordering them to bring the best available tutors. He points at Janssen and commands them to teach him politics, economics, arts, and history. Inside the car, Dragon asks Richard if it's okay for him to take the chance to see him. He adds that people wait months to meet him, and questions why he should have to beg for that. The blond man also comments that he feels like he is losing a year of his life. For every minute spent there shouting. The man demands the best tutors to teach politics, economy, culture, arts, and international relations. He continues saying that he wants knowledge about famous celebrities, trends, and other common sense topics. The blond man reinforces that they must teach all these things to the protagonist there. The secretary then questions if the request isn't too broad and asks for the reason behind it. The blond man asks the secretary's name, who responds, "It is Jackson the Seventh," and Dragon immediately fires him. Thus the secretary is shocked, and the rank S explains that he hired him for a lot of money to fulfill challenging orders. Dragon says he doesn't pay him. Answer back and asks if the secretary thinks he is joking. The secretary quickly denies it. So the man asks another one loudly what number he is. And the man replies, 6. Yang Song watches the scene as the rank S recalls asking the sixth secretary to invite all models to his party, but one was left out. Dragon asks if he wants to make excuses or complete tasks. The secretary says he will follow orders, and Dragon tells him to hurry up. The blond man laughs, saying that now they can speed things up, but Yansung interrupts him by calling him Hyun. Our boy then comments that his friend has become a horrible person over these past years. Dragon wonders why, and questions how he can fire someone for a single mistake, remembering how much he paid the secretary. The blond man then calls the former 7th secretary over, and the young man agrees, visibly nervous. He asks how long you worked there, and the young man replies, 2 weeks, receiving $230,000. Dragon shouts, "See, I paid him a lot." But Jansen questions the relation between salary and treatment, and the blond man says he warned them. He explains that they get the highest salary, but if they make a mistake, they are fired because they know the conditions. Yin Sung says enough. I'm disappointed. So Dragon gives in and tells the secretary that he's hired again, and the young man thanks him. Our boy asks if his friend really has to be like this, and as a former clan master, he should be a model for others. The blond man falls silent, seeming to reflect on his friend's words for a moment. We see a projector turn on, and a woman mentions she has a Stanford degree in artifact and dungeon studies. The woman in the classes continues her presentation, saying that she also worked as a manager for rank A and B hunters. Yin Sung seems disinterested and remembers that back in school, he could lift 500 kilograms, leaving the woman speechless. Instructor then says that from now on, she will give a brief explanation about the events that happened on Earth over the last 30 years. 30 minutes later, we see our boarder completely shocked by the information he received. He asks if the areas occupied by evil constellations were China, North Korea, Europe, and Central and South America. A woman shows a map and explains that South Korea, his homeland, was not occupied and fought well during the invasion. However, many South Korean hunters went abroad seeking better conditions. The protagonist asks if Hwang Dae-grong also left Korea during that period of neglect. Our hero seems surprised by the confirmation that his former leader left. He recalls that the former clan master was always rejected and hesitated to enter rank B dungeons. Now married 19 times and nearing 7 years old, he's a rank as hunter swimming in cash. The kitten of lava and magma send a message, saying that things turned out well for Dragon. The entity suggests making him an avatar, questioning if he is trustworthy. And Janssen confirms but hesitates. Turning around, the blond man seems not to understand what's happening. At that moment, Yansung reveals that he went to the abyss to stop the invasion, and after 10,000 years became a constellation. The rank as hunter is clearly shocked and speechless, sweating cold with the boy's revelation. Then the protagonist's old friend wonders if Yansung is really from the abyss, or if a new kind of drug has appeared. The cat warns that it won't work like that, but the boy believes he can convince him if he explains. The being of lava then questions the protagonist if he has any reservations about the former master. After a moment of silence, our hero agrees, saying that it's true. He reflects. That dragon didn't give up for 30 years and find him trustworthy. Seeing the giant greenhouse. This is the reason why. Yansung didn't want to involve him in constellation matters. The place looks more like a concert venue. So Yansung asks if he invites pop stars to parties. With a confident snap of fingers, the blonde man draws the protagonist's attention to something. Suddenly, a strange energy begins to rise around them, leaving Yansung confused. The cat is surprised and says that it is the magic of the other side of the world, commenting on its adaptation. Our boy lands as the conclusion of the stabilization of the other side of the world's magic is announced. Dragon explains that injuries there do not affect real-life being, like an immersive VR game for training. The lava entity adds that board. Constellations use it for entertainment. Our hero asks if he learned this magic from Constellation, but Dragon denies it, saying it's something common. The blonde man then reflects that maybe in the beginning, Constellations taught it to someone with bad intentions. Laughing, Yunsum points to the cat, calling her evil constellation number 1, leaving her irritated observing the place. He comments that it looks like a well-prepared war training area. The boy finds the idea threatening, but Jiang Liang says it's for sports like soccer, using that magic pointing at something. Dragon snaps his fingers, saying that those things are outdated. Now our protagonist is visibly surprised by the confident statement of the rank. As Hunter the blonde man adds that now. The peak of entertainment is the Hunter Sports. He reveals the 6 Stars League, a game of 6 hunters against another team of hunters. We see a team eliminating an intermediate boss in the game and earning 5 points for the victory, entering the other side of the world. Dragon asks his friend if it doesn't look fun. A message warns to limit strength or the place will break. And Yin Sung understands that human magic is weak. The protagonist's strength, agility, and stamina are then limited by the system of that place. Surprised, the boy comments that it feels like he is carrying many weights on his body. Now his master of one self-ability activates and will increase his power when fighting with limited strength there. With a smile on his face, our hero realizes that this could be really useful for him. Protagonist says that even this is training, leaving Dragon completely confused. Then the cat says, it's a good chance because other constellations can't see him there, so he can use his power, our boy thinks. If he should reveal his identity to John Ryong and finally make him his avatar. However, he hesitates because he doesn't want to involve someone who is living well in his own matters besides. Leading avatars isn't his style, since he prefers fighting alone like he always has. The entity warns him that he will need avatars to fight, as constellations rarely battle personally. Our hero sighs and says he will keep that in mind for now, even if reluctantly Dragon asks why he is distracted, and if he is shocked by the SSL that changed in 30 years. He says that magic makes training realistic, but scolds Yansum, saying that's not the point. The ranker's hunter then claims that these are sports, the best and most popular on Earth. Yinsung questions if hunters fight for fun, and Dragon laughs, saying they're competitive sports. Yinsung asks if people watch it like regular football or baseball. The blonde man finds it insulting, saying it's stupid to compare to those lesser sports. Speechless, our hero just watches the exaggerated reaction of his old blonde friend. Dragon mentions the UFC Ultimate Hunter Championship as something more comparable to it, a competition where hunters fight one-on-one, making other sports boring. According to him, he asks if Yansun isn't excited, but the boy denies it and Dragon brags about being the strongest. Turning around, the protagonist admits that, to be honest, he is just quite confused with everything. He was focused on Earth's crisis, preparing to fight against the evil constellations, while training and looking for a way back. He worried about arriving too late. He asks the cat when hunters hunting monsters became stars, and the cat warns him. The entity explains that constellations know the SSL and UAC and see them as proxy wars. Yin-sung thinks while the cat suggests that the other side's magic may be linked to the proxy wars. The blonde man supposes that they spread the magic on purpose to find avatars and that many hunters have no dungeon experience. Our boy then asks why they become hunters, and Dragon responds directly that it's for money. Runka's hunter adds that they also seek fame and mentions that the lion at his house wants that chance. Changing the subject, Gangryong asks what happened to Yin-song and why he went to the abyss to train. The blonde man questions if maybe his friend was tricked, making Yin-song lower his head. Yin-song crouches and Dragon believes he was indeed tricked, but the boy says it's a long story. Before explaining, the boy asks his friend for a favor, who quickly asks what it would be. Our hero asks Gion Rayon to remove the magic's power limit because he feels uncomfortable with the restrictions. The blonde man looks visibly confused with the unexpected request from his friend. Dragon shouts that the room is for rank A and asks Hyansum's rank, who responds it's C+. He continues, saying that his martial arts couldn't be properly assessed, and explains that he broke the meter with internal energy, but it wasn't enough for a higher rank. The blonde man asks if someone was bribed, and Yinsen comments that he will investigate that later. Dragon deduces that if he's uncomfortable, it's because he became very strong, and the boy confirms it. Our hero repeats that it's a long story, but the friend demands that he summarize it quickly. Standing in front of his friend with a golden aura, Yin-sung says he will put it briefly, with a slight smile. He reveals that he went there with the goal of protecting Earth. Yang Ryong is left speechless for a moment and apologizes, requesting the long version of the story. The blonde man remains standing, seeming to process the information he just received. He asked if this means that Yan Seong is now his senior. The protagonist retorts by questioning if that's really what matters right now. Dragon shouts, asking if his friend expects him to believe that, because the protagonist thought his Hyun would believe him easily. Events about how many returnees from the abyss end up going crazy. Hyun-sun then asks if his friend will believe him, if he shows his ability. The rank S hunter seems to connect the dots at that moment, understanding the situation. He realizes that's why Yan-sung asked to remove the restrictions, to at least tell the truth to him. Dragon calls his friend's name seriously and states that no matter the strength, Yan-sung has never seen a real rank S. With an intense look, he asks how many times Yan-sung thinks he has fought against other rank S. An intense purple energy envelopes the blonde man now, as he reveals he received the rank of plus skill level, up through death. Yin-sung smiles and says that because his friend loved novels so much, now he lives like a protagonist. Dragon charges with purple energy, saying that his friend is no different, and remembers that the protagonist loves martial arts stories, with veins popping on his forehead. The rank as hunter seems to accept the challenge, and then shouts loudly that they will fight right now. Dragon teases Yin-sung, saying that he too was a nerd for liking martial arts novels, before he asked if his friend has ever heard of tattoo-type artifacts. Revealing a glow, Yin-sung thinks deeply, wondering what those tattoo-type artifacts are. Surrounded by intense purple energy, the rank as hunter then leaps, ready to attack. The blonde man fires a powerful barrage of purple magic missiles towards Yan-sun. Our hero just stands there watching Dragon's attack with a serious look, seeing that his friend didn't move. Dragon shouts desperately for him to dodge. Calmly, the protagonist says it's not necessary, while blue energy focuses on his finger. The boy then fires a concentrated beam of blue energy against the missiles easily. The blue beam pierces through the purple, attacks that quickly dissipate in the air. The blonde man is shocked to see the blue beam coming toward him. Without stopping, Dragon mutters, remembering that, as a UFC champion, he attacks faster than opponents can defend the rank, as Hunter lands and punches the ground, gathering red and orange energy around him. He activates his six-circle magic called Lava Path, creating many flames. Our boy asks when his friend learned magic, and accuses him of underestimating him. There we see Johnson's hand start to shine with intense orange energy. Now the blonde man then unleashes a powerful explosion of fire against his old friend Johnson. Our hero notices that his friend is using 6-circle magic in sequence. The protagonist closes his eyes. Focusing on something, he creates a large, blue protective case shield to defend against the fire attack. The blonde man's fire explosion collides strongly against the blue energy shield. Our hero remains intact behind the shield while his eyes glow. Shocked, Dragon asks if that skill wasn't a fake rumor created by the Chinese. Johnson asks what he's talking about, and the blonde man mentions a similar viral fake video. He's surprised, thinking that even things like that end up being fake, thinking he has little energy left after using a shield. Because of the limitation, he needs to control his strength so he doesn't break the place. It's been a long time since he fought as a human. We see a close-up of the protagonist's determined gaze as he prepares to continue. The boy begins to form a sphere of blue energy, saying he will maximize its efficiency. We see a close-up of the blue energy sphere being concentrated in our hero's hand, now using the enhanced explosion technique. Yansum attacks while Dragon watches. A blonde man tries to activate his short-distance teleport quickly to escape. The protagonist's ability hits his friend before he can teleport away. A message warns that his magic was destroyed, and the canceled teleport caused him damage. Surprised, Draven wonders how Yin Sung's skill activation could be so fast. The blonde man says he has no other choice and will strengthen his body using available magic before his friend can cast his magic. Our hero quickly grabs his wrist with force. The protagonist then throws the rank as hunter against the ground with great ease with disdain. The boy questions if his friend is trying close combat against a martial artist. Lying on the ground, the blonde man says he got confused because he usually doesn't face martial artists. Changing the subject, the blonde man decides to sit on the ground to talk. Better Sitting Dragon asks about the levels of martial arts and if Yang Sung is at the pinnacle level. The boy responds that he is above the pinnacle, at the supreme peak level, one step before transcendence. Yang Riyong then realizes that his friend is really a constellation, and the protagonist simply confirms it. His friend thinks that is ridiculous, and our boy replies that seeing him change is also ridiculous. The rank as Hunter brags about being successful, and Yansung counters, saying the same about himself. The blonde man accepts the situation and asks what a constellation like and wants from him. After all, our hero reveals that he originally planned to ask for help, and then begins his explanation. Janssen details that the constellation's agreement is only temporary, and the contract could end. Moreover, the current entities might be plotting to dominate Earth in secret. Now, unlike him, others already have multiple servants on Earth and are well known around here. The blonde man interrupts and asks what he meant by originally, and if he will not ask for help. Our boy states that his friend is already living a good life, and he doesn't want to involve him in all of this. I agree on is visibly surprised by his friend's unexpected statement. The blonde man reflects that the younger one protected Earth for 10,000 years, while he tried to act like the senior with force. The blonde man slams his fist against the ground, looking quite irritated now. Dragon shouts that he should be worried about Yin Sung, and who else would help him there? Blonde man reaffirms that he will help, and our boy asks if he's sure. Receiving a loud, yes, our hero accepts the help, and the cat comments that he manipulated his friend perfectly. The protagonist reflects for a moment, thinking that in truth, it was an honest feeling. He thinks he didn't want to involve a familiar person in battles between constellations, but his friend wouldn't retreat. With a slight smile, Yinjin reflects that Jianrong has always been that kind of person. Anyway, system window appears then, and the boy offers the blonde man to accept his other proposal. Dragon questions, surprised if he is serving Yinsam, because he would be the constellation there. The friend says Madi, accepting to serve someone younger. The blonde man becomes a servant of the constellation, invincible avatar of training, gaining more strength. A cafe called Dragon Lottie is shown as the place where they are now. Dragon Sitting says he never imagined making a contract with a constellation. In his whole life, the blonde man continues, explaining that serving a constellation means selling your soul to it. Dragon asks if his clan will be monitored, The protagonist says they don't need to. Pensively, our hero explains that the initial plan is to hide the fact that he is an entity. Guy Ivernong thinks about it and repeats that the constellation then has to hide his power. But the boy says he will increase the number of servants while hiding his identity as an entity. Blonde man questions if his friend can defeat a grand demon in a one-on-one fight alone. Dragon explains that hunters usually work in groups and it's irrational to fight one-on-one. He asks if Yin Sung thought you would lose, and he says not really. The rancorous hunter brags about being confident in solo fights or team battles in sports. Our hero finds it strange that humans use constellation magic in hunter sports. Servants of constellations are sent to fight each other in these so-called battles. It is very possible that entities created these sports to choose servants more easily. The cat says not to underestimate the boredom of constellations and that it will be fun for him. He adds that many entities suffer from the agony of pure boredom. Dragon says it would be an advantage to fight as in sports because he is a champion in it. As important as increasing the number of servants is becoming an object of their envy. Dragon understands that his friend needs to gain fame as a hunter, and Yinsen confirms. The strongest hunter is the type the government begs for help. When portals open, people know deep down who the strongest is, and that leads to faith and devotion in them. I.M. realizes that Yan-san has the skills, but questions how to show that to the world. He then says he will introduce a super powerful clan for our boy to join. He brags about commanding several groups, and that the profits from the We Have clan are enormous. The company buys all the items and cores and rewards those who prove their loyalty well. Our hero asks why he needs a clan if he can do things alone. Now, Dragon reminds him that he planned to hide being an entity and needs to act cautiously. Although he limited his powers to the maximum human level, the protagonist states he can fight a rank S. The blonde man is shocked to hear about the level of power his friend still has there. Dragon suggests sending Yang Zhong to a candidate clan to look for potentially useful servants. We observe up close the eyes of a woman with a very serious and determined look. A man in a suit calls worriedly. The woman beside him by the name of Missin. Now the woman, in turn saying that Vagin does not deserve training and that she will take care of him. Alone, they're staying or leave. The young man asks his senior who that strange woman is furious. The senior kicks the young man, asking if he really knows who he was talking to. She's up saying that she is Miss Amy, a Class B hunter and a renowned manager of their clan. Amy Lawrence is a special A-plus class manager, B-plus class hunter, and the 11th daughter of John Rian. So the video ends here if you don't want to miss the next part. Activate the notification bell and see you next time on Tob's channel.